someone's a good enough writer to get a little bit famous, and then they become uneditable because they won't let editors like mess with their shit anymore because they've gotten too big for that, and then all of a sudden their
The
work, which was
prequels.
good
The
before,
prequels.
like yeah,
Star Wars prequels. It's exactly what
Right.
happened.
Yeah.
Everyone was just
Yeah.
like, George Lucas, you're amazing. Instead of being like, hey, George Lucas, remember how your wife had to fix the film for this to be a good film before? Like, you should let her
right.
fix this one. Like,
Yeah,
I
Iron
didn't
Man was
know
like
that, but
that.
that's
Like
true.
Fountainhead was well written, and then because she had an editor, and then but after that, like she wouldn't let anybody edit her, and then her
And
books like got much harder to read.
it reminds me of Tetsuya Nomura, who is the director of of lots of things, but he's over at Square Enix and he does Kingdom Hearts games. He does other stuff too. But like his story for Kingdom Hearts. I mean, look, I love Kingdom Hearts. Like it's close to my heart. But holy shit, like could that have used an editor? Just one pass over that, please. One pass over this, please. It's just like we can condense this. We can make this more
like wasn't the beauty of Kingdom Hearts that like that it was just a shit show to begin with though?
Wait, what? No,
you know what I mean?
Like
it was just like we're gonna take everything and just smash it in, and we're just gonna we're gonna give you the most bullshit passable fucking story for this to like be a thing.
It feels like Kingdom Hearts 1 was like, you know, you could see like the arc, right? The arc was there. And it was like perfectly intelligible. But then like the sequels and the prequels got added, and I feel like Kingdom Hearts was like KH1 was such a huge success, right? That is like exactly what you were saying with Lucas. That like it was such a success, then yeah, I guess he doesn't have to get any editors. I guess no one else has to have any input. So Tetsuya just goes on a roll, and he gets very Japanese with his storytelling, right? Very anime with it, and it becomes it's just bad. It's not great. It's not the best. But like it could have been. It could have been. It has all the elements there that you need, you know? Oh great. Alright, well, I guess I finished that one.
Sorry, I was doing some mod stuff.
Oh, no problem. We have one person who's coming. They'll be a little bit late. We'll give them a little bit. But anyway,
You gave him the right chat this time.
Yeah, you saw that. Yeah. Okay, let me ask you this, right, Lactoid, since you're here, and Scott's here, and Doobie's here. You guys have been here like the longest. But so I. So I got all these group DMs, right? I put it for the audience members, like how I organize these things is on Discord. I make all the participants be Discord friends with me. That's the only way I can ever get friends. And then I use that to put them in group DMs, like for each show they're gonna be a part of. And I've got there's like a shitload ton of them because there's a shit ton of these panels. But I never leave.
I just left like 6 today. Yeah,
was that you?
It happened.
It
was me.
Yeah.
Where it was like I think Fnatic was going through and cleaning out.
Yeah.
Or like I think iCalrich was, one of you was, and then like Fnatic was like, oh, I have all these I need to get rid of too, and then I just have like bloop 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 like notifications of people leaving these groups, and then I'm like, oh well, I might as well fucking leave too. But like, yeah, I'm sorry for what I did to you because I'm sure your phone, if you have notifications turned on, was like, boop, 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 boop.
But it doesn't because I know this is gonna happen eventually, and I mute every single one of these. Right after the show is done, I mute all of them.
I did do that today. Yeah.
So why do you guys stay in there? I stay in there for a specific reason because sometimes it's been useful to like go back to those conversations and like know who I invite if I forget people, right? So that's why I stay in there. But why do you guys stay in those conversations?
If you look at my Discord, there's like 6,000 notifications on it. I just after a certain point, I'm in so many servers and so many messages that I just gave up on trying to keep it clean, and I just don't care.
Just laziness. Just leave it. Who cares?
It's just not worth the time to try.
So
and
you
keep
don't
it clean.
clean your room after all.
Ah!
I never clean.
I don't even clean my room, so I don't even know why I said that. It's a total fucking mess.
Yeah.
Casimir says he stays in there last to assert dominance.
Doobie, why do you stay? Oh, maybe he's not around. He might not be around.
Dude, I imagine that Doobie is in a much less enviable position in terms of how much junk he has in his note. He's one of the managers of a Discord server with 70,000 plus people in it. Like, I imagine it's just full of shit he doesn't.
And they're crazy too, so it's like you throw that on top.
They're fucking crazy. That's no joke. But no, like, for me, I'm actually very not scrupulous. Not scrupulous when what do I want to use? I'm on top of my notification, right? Because I can't fucking stand them, especially on my phone. There's only a very few programs that are allowed to notify me of any fucking thing, right? And then I have different levels of notification, right? Like whether you can just vibrate the phone, or it can just on-screen pop up, or like a light will, pop on when the phone is locked. Like all that shit. I got that shit like locked down. And Discord too. And so all servers I'm in, right? Like I make it so that I mute everything except like apps directly at me, right?
This conversation is riveting.
Yeah, it is. It is riveting. Fuck you. So direct ads is what I have, and then that's pretty much it. Just like direct ads. And so like the only time I know I remember Scott's server is that when he puts my name in his like server blast, right? I'm like, oh, there he is, Scott's thinking. But other than that, like yeah.
I'm always
There you
thinking about you, Prime guys.
Much appreciated, Fred. Okay, so the gang's all here. Pep, we can hear you typing, so just be aware of that.
Oh shit, sorry. My bad.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. So, thanks all for being here. This is the crew for now. God, okay, Scott. Like I'm gonna take your advice on this one. Okay, all right. I'd considered like inviting Casimir on here, but like, do you think that? Do you think I have enough like thought on your end of this? Because I feel like Casimir. Hi, Casimir, you're a good guy. You're a lot to fucking handle. So, like, should I invite Casimir on here?
Dude, I'm not telling you what to do with your show. I like Casimir. He's one of my people. I love
He's
him.
great. He's great.
He's great, but that's up to you, man.
Okay, all right. So then that's not an endorsement. All right, then fuck him. Casimir.
I said he's one of my people, and he's good people, and I like him. It's your show.
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah, that's not an endorsement of me. But anyway. But thanks all for being here. Including Casimir. Hey you. This is the Every Round Table, which we have Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. Or wherever the fuck we get to it. We've got a great group of individuals. We'll start by introducing them. Lactoid is here. Lactoid, you go first because you're white. Lactoid, how are you today?
I'm doing great. There's a story. I don't want to like play into the stereotypes, but so I'm really close to 200 followers, and Scott's incredibly kind, and he directed some people, hey, come check out Lactoid. And one of the new people is already trying to find me an Asian wife. Which I just...
Look, man, look. I had 43 people on right now. I said, go follow him. Look, you'll get the follows. I just don't know that if you'll like the audience, all right? My group is wild, all right? It's the last refuge of places where you don't get banned for no reason. So
look, I love them, and I appreciate it. And thank you, Prime, for having me on. And yeah, you can find me at Lactoid TV. I'm almost to 200.
Hey, and like shout out to our friend Lactoid. Lactoid's been here with us for a long time, guys. You haven't been following him, you should follow Lactoid. He's an entertaining guy. You see that week after week. So, help my friend Lactoid. Now let's go to Scott. Scott, another long time guest. Scott, thanks for stopping by today. I know you're excited for the one topic. I'm really.
Oh no,
interested in hearing
you
what you have
brought
to
on
say.
you brought on a libertarian to talk about central banking and the FDIC. Like, who would have thought that that's shit we love to get mad about? We were forged and born, all right, during Occupy Wall Street.
Thanks,
Back when
Fred.
it used to be fun instead of just
Mm.
Occupy Democrats. Yeah, I'm Scott, Fabian Liberty. You can find me pretty much everywhere, Fabian Liberty. I've been doing a lot more focusing on the YouTube lately. I realized that like I've just been like putting up debates and like long clips, not like actually editing and stuff. So if you want to check out the YouTube, like we've been putting together like funny videos. It's really funny too when you make small content. You can see the drastic difference in the algorithm where it's like, oh, national divorce, 3K views. Next video we put up, proof that Google is working with Twitter files, 32 views. it'll be like just this huge disparity based off what the algorithm likes, and it's like, oh yeah, there's no funny business going on there. But yeah, definitely check us out everywhere.
Thank you, thank you. Mary LeBeau, thank you for gifting a sub to Felicia. Shout out to Remy LeBeau, who's been a kind supporter of this community. And another kind supporter, our friend Yeshu Gambit. Gambit, how are you? Gambit reached out to me specifically. I didn't think you'd be interested, so I wasn't sure if you'd be interested in this topic. But like he like hit me up. It's like, you're going to be talking about this? I'm like, yeah, we've been talking about it. So how you doing, friend? He's almost got it. He's almost there. He's
still
almost
muted, bro.
there.
Oh no.
He's. I want you to know. I want you to know, right? Because I got to talk up my
It's
friend GSU
Discord.
Gambit.
Jesus.
GSU Gambit is like the chief technology officer of a company, right? Like, I just want you to know, this guy is always on top of it. That's why he gets paid the big bucks. How you doing, friend?
This is also why I mute my Discord, so that if I'm involved in something, that won't come over on meetings. So
Fair
yes,
enough.
so I have to specifically unmute my Discord every day, because I mute my Discord as soon as I'm done with a panel, to make sure that no craziness happens if I'm still in like a chat or something. But yeah, I'm happy to be here, man. I had time, and this topic is really good to me, and also is super impactful as well, because it's kind of a lot of it's directed in the tech sector. So yeah, I had time, so I figured, yeah, hey, that'll be a good conversation to take part in.
All right, let's hit it up. Thank you so much. Aiko, I think you are the most left-wing person of my panelists. Like, I'm more left-wing than you are, but like, I think of my guests here, I think you are the most
Yeah.
left-wing.
Wow. I guess I
So-
qualify as left today. Finally.
Yeah, right. Well, we're not talking
Normally,
about
Prime
religion.
does not bestow that label on me. Like he refuses to allow me in the club.
Well, yeah. I mean, look. We're not talking about religion. Where, I mean, you know.
No,
how
the fact
feel.
that I don't want to abolish capitalism is enough for you to like kick me out of
That's
the club.
true. That's true.
Such a base
Usually,
person.
under normal circumstances.
Such
I
a
need you to
base
fight
person.
the good fight, right?
Yeah,
To the left,
yeah.
Okay.
Sure,
So
sure.
fall on your shoulders.
All right.
You want to introduce yourself?
iCal Rich. I'm spelled the same way on Twitter as it is here, and that's all I got.
All right. Thank you so much. Right. We'll go to our friend, our Dark Lord and Saber, Doobie. I said Saber. Dark Lord and Saber. That also sounds pretty badass, actually. Doobie. Hopefully you're here now. Doobie, how are you?
I've been here the entire time. I just was ashamed to talk to you about the last topic. I have thousands of fucking messages and pings just constantly. It never ends. Like, it literally never ends. You don't understand.
Right?
Thousands, right? I got used to it at some point, and now it just makes me feel special, you know? I know someone's
After a
thinking about me.
After a certain point, it's just not worth it, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm Doobie. Thank you for having me.
Okay, thank you. And last and newest person, right? So, you are your name is pronounced Pep Zar.
Just Pep.
Is
Pep
that
is fine.
just Pep? Right,
Yeah.
got a lot of it. Pep. Thank you. I forget how we got introduced at this point. It's been a while actually. But they're trying to get you on. And here you are. So hooray!
Woohoo! Glad to be here.
Yeah, introduce yourself to the audience, please.
I'm Pep. My channel is Art by Pep. That's my name on like Twitter, Instagram. I do art stuff, but also I kind of have a lot of opinions, and I'm super down to argue about them. So that's why I'm here.
Okay, yeah, I'm very excited to have you. Always looking for new people to join in. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is like a bit of free discussion here, right? And see where we go. This is a panel full of people who fucking disagree, especially disagree with me specifically.
Yes.
So I'm sure we'll find something to talk about there, right? And then after that, we're going to do the SVB, the Silicon Valley Bank. That'll be our second topic. Okay, so we'll get around to that. So, people, what is on your mind?
I just wanted to let Fabian know that sometimes different terms can have wildly different popularities. It might not be that big tech is against you or censoring you, just that certain topics are more likely to be searched during a period of time, and that might be why it has more views. Just FYI.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also true that tech companies do suppress topics that they don't find palatable, right? So I mean, it could be either one of those things. We can't know for sure.
I think we can know that one for sure.
I think they're suppressing Lactoid.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I would.
I thought we were talking about Fabian.
real.
We're talking about Fabian though.
Well, like
Him too.
Thing, yeah. I'd suppress both of them.
We are the most oppressed class. I don't know if you knew that.
Pretty much. But no, actually, let's jump on that. Gambit, right? So, you've been successful in big tech. And I imagine you are generally a supporter, like just generally a supporter of the sector and like the general aims of it, right? Do you...
I don't know.
Okay, well, let's just see. Like, do you think that the criticism that we've been directed at big tech over the past 5 years, maybe, right, has been warranted, right? Like at first, tech was going to save us, right? Well, tech was first of all a new, interesting thing that people didn't know about, right? Like with the rise of Microsoft and Apple, but it seemed really exciting, right? And then the money came, and the monopolies came with them, and then the government cracked down on tech, but that was long forgotten, right? Tech kind of reformed itself, especially with the rise of social media, Facebook, and all that. There was a lot of like tech utopianism going on, but then that has gone off like the deep end because of privacy, because of a whole list of issues. And now tech does not have that level of cachet, and people are extremely skeptical of it and hostile to it oftentimes, right? And so like looking at this sweep, as I've laid it out, like, do you think it's been warranted, like, or do you think it's been overblown, like the public's newfound feelings on tech?
Yeah, I think that is uber complicated. I think that obviously, right, but I think that I don't think these things are overblown. I think that in some respects in tech, we're like in over our heads. There's very, very complicated social matters afoot, and how we direct systems to handle with that complexity is going to be due to either personal biases of the people involved or personal biases of the people who have control to make systems work how they would like. And I think that the hyper-partisan media does us no favors in this as well. And I think that conglomerate of things drives us to further division. So I have long since thought our social media platforms are for sure doing more damage than they whatever amount of help that they're providing. There's things like the Facebook and the Instagram research, right, that showed like teenage girls are like significantly more depressed the more that they use it and things like that. I think it's I'm almost a bit doomer on it, and I try to get out of that mode because this is like my life at this point, and there's no going back now. But it's like a urbanization or globalization problem, and I think there are more problems with it than we foresee, and I don't think there's easy solutions to it when you're peering into the backyard of other people, and that's like primarily the causes of all of the Instagram stuff. And then you start to do these comparisons of yourself versus other people, and blah blah blah. So, I think that technology has enabled us to do miraculous things, but I think that biologically we may not be positioned well with the advantages that technology gives us, and I think some of the detriments that we see are exclusively because of that.
So let me add one more thing, and then I want to go to you, Scott.
Yeah.
Right? Like, because I think GSU touched on something super interesting, and because like it's the center of like what I want to discuss here. Talking about that report that Instagram and Facebook are like really bad for like teenage girls and their self-esteem, right? And GSU goes on to say that like I think maybe biologically like we just haven't acclimated to this new reality, and we don't know how to use this technology to the best of our ability. So like people see that report, right? Or see the headline in which way, and they say, well, tech equal bad because they didn't protect our children. And I think there's something to that. But also, right, like we kind of knew these things, right? Like we kind of knew these images were out there. This isn't like a new problem. Like we had this problem with like television, right? And like changing how we looked at ourselves, right? We had this problem when advertising, like print advertising, first showed up, right? And it changed the way we viewed ourselves and our habits. Like, but now, like it seems like tech becomes a convenient a place to blame, right? Like, oh well, now it's definitely your fault rather than like the parents' fault. Like, where were the parents, right? Where were the government regulators? Maybe like where were a whole list of things that would have made a bigger difference here, rather than just saying, well, it's the tech company. So I just wanted to like put that out there.
Yeah, I want to hear Fabian. I just want to add
so
one little anecdote. Well, no, go
God
ahead.
damn, how many things do you want to put on me right now? Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
All right.
I
So
wanted to touch on what
I think
Frank
when
said.
we
I'll write
talk
it down.
about I think when we talk about the problems of tech, I think it's important that we put it into like two loose categories, right? So one category is, and I think Twitter files probably made a lot of people aware of stuff that they weren't aware of, right? Like, the government was paying millions of dollars, bringing in tech companies to specifically censor people, to support their psychological operations so that the state's narrative could look like a true narrative. They were lying about Russia over and over and over again, and using CISA that was signed in by Trump, by the way. Trump's dumbass is the one that gave the government that additional power and scope to be involved with misinformation and disinformation. The algorithms, and I think we've seen these examples. Like, there's so many examples, right? Like when Kamala Harris got destroyed by Tulsi Gabbard in the debate, and then Google immediately got rid of her website from showing up for 2 hours after the debate so that nobody could find her, because we need our prosecutor in chief to be more popular than our anti-war Democrat, who's obviously become a little bit more conservative over time. I don't know if that's a grift or if that's just
It's a grift.
getting
It's a grift.
kicked out. I don't know. I mean, I don't fucking I try to, unless I like know for certain, not call that. So that's one category, right? The censorship, discussions around Section 230 reform or properly enforcing Section 230 according to Clarence Thomas and his asserted denials, all that stuff. And then there is the entirely separate discussion almost. And I think the problem is we end up meshing these two together too much, which is the psychological, cultural, societal impact of having our phones constantly, of looking at Instagrams with filters, of younger and younger people, and they often bleed together. Like you see conservatives a lot of times they're talking about TikTok. In one sentence to the next sentence, they'll be talking about little girls fucking dancing and like showing off half their body, and then the very next topic is about like China and government censorship and poisoning our minds, etc. And so I think these end up bleeding into each other. I don't want to say irresponsibly, I feel like that's too strong of a word, but like sometimes our hatred of the political situation in the state and the way that it has created public spaces where it grants protections, gives millions and secretly works with social media to engage in psychological nudging to get you to do what the state wants to do is one thing. I think the other thing, the social kind of aspect, the damage, I think it was most eloquently put by Jonathan Haidt, who is a moral psychologist. He's worked with fire. He's gotten some heat for being too centrist and not left enough in that field, but he's a brilliant researcher, especially in moral psychology. He was actually more accurately able to predict the 2012 election than pollsters were, based off of moral psychology tests and mapping them up to political affiliation. He said that we have to look at social media like we look at junk food, which is that it hits the market and it takes a generation or two for us to figure out what the hell to do with it, right? Like when junk food first came into the market, we were just like, cheap food that's great and available, isn't this amazing? And we're finally, like 2 generations later, being like, hey guys, maybe eating things fried in seed oils and like full of high fructose corn syrup and carbohydrates, like, I don't know, isn't fucking good for you. And people are starting to change their behavior, really pay attention to what they eat. And like, yeah, we can get into like a capitalism fucking rhetoric about food deserts, et cetera, et cetera. But nevertheless, the culture around the way that we approach junk food has changed. And I think we see this with like Gen Xers and millennials, especially now that millennials are starting to raise Gen Z. I think you're going to see a shift, because millennials get the dangers of social media in a way that Gen Xers and boomers just didn't. And so we have to evolve our culture and our way. Also, I think it's really important that we start looking towards market-based solutions to these things. So like we see this kind of a little bit right now with Twitter, where there's like added context. And we see this with, government-funded organizations like NewsGuard that pretend like they're private companies and do the work of the state. Fuck them. Fuck you, NewsGuard. But nevertheless, like, I think as we start to see more deepfakes and things like that, we need to have browser add-ons. So the moment you're on Twitter or the moment you're on a social media and you see a deepfake, it's already been looked at 2,000 times and it gets like a green check or a red octagon in the corner, like this isn't real. I think we need to start adding things to do this with like Instagram filters and things like this, and start marketing like, hey, this app can tell with 90% certainty whether or not this photo has a bunch of filters applied to it. So that like, if you are going to let your daughter or your son or yourself even use these programs, you can look and see what a real Instagram photo looks like and what a heavily edited one looks like.
Oh boy, I have a hot topic that I'm gonna see if I can get Destiny to be a part of later on, and it's involving like Instagram and that stuff, and social media, and it's along those lines. It's a really good one, hopefully. This is interesting. Oh, first of all, GSU, you want to say something first, so say that first.
Yeah, it was about like scapegoating tech. And you mentioned how, print media and television, we started to have like little inklings of some of the inefficiencies it can create. I think the tech thing is its own monster, and I think it's its own scale, and I think that you can increase scale in such a way that it's its own unique problem, even though there's different domains where those problems pop up. And I think the uniqueness of social media is there's feedback, right? So people can start to gather personal validation because there is feedback, there is the like, there are comments. You can see how many you get versus other people. You can comment on people's posts that typically get lots of feedback in order to hopefully expand your own reaches and things like that. So it's those things about social media and technology today that I think make it pretty distinct from media forms of the past. Social media particularly took off. Like social media was kind of big on MySpace. It was really big, but it wasn't like, like it is today.
Dude, MySpace was lit, bro.
Yeah, MySpace was amazing. But
none of you fucking Gen Z will ever know the joy and the shame of going to the weird horse girl's MySpace page just because she had really interesting music, and then being like, I don't want anybody to know, but like, you know what I'm saying? But these are some dope ass songs.
Or the complexity before they made top 8 expand and you had to actually pick 8 people. Yeah, life was hard back then. But yeah, like when Twitter started and celebrities started to interact with regular people, that changed the entirety of our online landscape because now, reasonably speaking, you can get online and you can interact in person with a celebrity. Also, the story feature and those type of things. Typically, like Michael Jackson, right? People were falling out at Michael Jackson concerts, but I mean, not to say that his stardom is greater than the people of today, but his access was much lower. So you were only going to interact with this person in that type of domain. So it was more like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm seeing Michael. This definitely won't ever happen again. Whereas now people post stories and you feel connected to them, even though you really aren't, right? So I think all of those little nuances, and I think young people particularly not understanding a lot of the consequences of nuances. And I don't know if it's within their like within our chemistry to even be able to comprehend that at that level. But yeah, I think that creates some of these scapegoatish problems that are really like deeper, very hard problems to even figure out.
I have more on this, but I want to see if the other people who haven't gotten a chance to speak yet, you guys have any thoughts so far?
I kind of agree that it's social media has been allowed to kind of run rampant without any sort of like real like oversight or introspection until the past few years in terms of like how it's impacting people. In terms of like having browser extensions to tell you what's AI and what's not. Yeah, I feel like that ties into the whole like teenage girls are more depressed than they've ever been before, and so many more have body dysmorphia issues because they see all these filtered images of people and they think that they're supposed to be that way. I feel like it would be good to what are you doing? It would be good to have something like that, to be like, yes, this is filtered. That's something that's good on TikTok, is most of the time it shows that it's filtered, which is nice. But in terms of like detecting AI stuff, I feel like unless there's some sort of like legal regulation that gets passed around that, people are going to be developing like ways to avoid detection as fast as people are developing things to detect AI. So I feel like that's going to be difficult. That's just going to be like a Sisyphean like hurdle that'll never be surmounted. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, the same is true with the government, though, right? Like, I mean, we have tons of examples where the government is trying to keep up with people that are trying to do a black market on these things. I mean, look at the honey trade, for example, right? Like, government regulators are constantly trying to find out what is and isn't real honey, because the overwhelming majority of like honey, natural honey that you get at the grocery store, even the expensive shit, is fake Chinese honey that's then moved to Malaysia and then shipped out over here. And it's one of the reasons why like the market in honey, like why honey is so cheap, is because you're mostly eating fake honey. But I mean, like you see that with steroids, you see that with so many things. Like it's always going to be that hurdle. I don't know that like the idea of like regulation is going to be able to do it, because honestly, like what we're dealing with is a kind of a classic Hayekian knowledge problem, right? The state getting involved in attempting to regulate it is not going to be as effective as the millions, well, I guess trillions of interactions between voluntary consumers. So the question is it valuable, right? Is there a value to being able to determine what is and isn't filtered? And I think most people, especially parents, would agree that is valuable, and it's something people would be willing to pay for.
Mm-hmm. I do agree with that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say that by millions of people interacting with it, do you mean that the millions of people would help tell when something is filtered? Because that only works to a limited degree, and only now because filters are still kind of crappy. But I don't know if any of you guys have seen like the new AI filters. They're pretty impossible. Like previously, like if people put their hand over their face, their like eyelashes and eyebrow would go over their hand, and the whole thing, the mesh would get all fucked up. With AI filters, that doesn't happen at all. It's just like it looks perfect. So it's gonna be even harder to detect with like the naked eye. You would have to use like.
So I mean, two kind of categories here. Mm-hmm. Like everyone could very easily be involved when it comes to let's say deep fakes. Right? Like President Biden said this and it's a fake deep fake, right? Like the millions of interactions and different journalists and things like that could very quickly be able to determine, look, Reuters confirmed this isn't true. So did AP, so did Fox. All three of our wires say this is a fake video. And then the AI on the back end works at being able to find a common video that's been debunked, so that when you see it embedded and clipped to be like 13 seconds instead of 17 seconds elsewhere, the computer program would very quickly be able to determine this is the same debunk. This is the same video that's already been debunked. In terms of filters and things like that, yeah, like your average everyday person isn't going to be able to be that involved in it. But yeah, I mean, it will be a constant competition between those making better ones and those making other ones.
So on the deepfake thing, I have a few things. One, our ability to detect these things is just going to get lower over time, as Pep
of course.
said. But two, we also have such a distrust in our institutions right now that at some level, Reuters or whoever, AP, whoever, could say this is fake, and there can be a community of people who don't believe that anymore because the trust in our institution is just erased, right? But there's also the ability.
But I'm not talking about like just the AP doing it, right? I'm talking about a market that allows for like a browser that you pay $2 for or something. I don't know. I'm not in this business, right? And I also can't predict the future of what will be successful. But hypothetically, I'm talking about like you get an extension or a browser that like occasionally gives you ads or something, right? And people trust that company because they prove their trust, not so much that they explicitly choose one of the sources that they're sourcing information from.
But that trust vanishes almost instantly as soon as that source starts saying something you don't want to hear. Like if you look at the Dominion-like suit that's going on right now, you would think that, conservatives, would like believe Fox News when they start to say that this is a legitimate election or whatever. But then when you look at the internal communications within Fox News, they were saying, no, like if we do that, we're going to start losing everybody to Newsmax and other places that are willing to tell them what they want to hear.
It's not fair of you to bring that up as an example because I can't rebut it on Twitch because I will be silenced. While we're having a conversation about censorship and big tech, if I start talking about other things in terms of election integrity and, fraud and voter fraud and things like that, I'm not allowed to say that you're right.
But that's not the conversation they were having inside Fox News. The conversation they were having
I'm just saying they
don't
funny
believe
while
this
we're talking
stuff,
about
but
big
they have to
tech
say
and
it anyway.
Things.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to have that conversation.
But
they weren't either, because if they have that conversation, then their audience would start flocking to someone who told them what they wanted to hear. Like that it wasn't them saying, oh, well, we'll get busted if we say this stuff because the FBI doesn't like it or whatever. These were conversations
I have
with them
rebuttals
saying
that I can't say.
Let's get off that. But I want to ask Fabian one thing.
Okay, ask him, and then I go to Lecter.
But Fabian, I do think there's psychological evidence to support if you hear certain things, like almost mentally, you can't block data that you've heard, and you have to process it. And if those things are repeated, those things can create beliefs that don't exist somewhat. And maybe I need to find a link because of how your face is looking. But there are some things that I don't know how much.
I'm fairly aware of the literature. Like I went to grad school counseling, right? I agree with what you're saying. I'm just also trying to make sure before I agree that you're not saying something technically wrong because you're kind of talking around it.
Yeah, I don't know how much. I have to watch what I listen to because I don't know how much psychological defense I can have from certain things that I consume. And that's also an aspect of this like online world of blasting thousands of ads and thousands of information to you. You don't know what implicit things are being marketed to you. And because we're not aware of that, we also can't be aware of what psychological defense we need to deploy to protect ourselves from it. So at a level of that, when it comes to deepfakes and all of this other stuff, I don't know how much is reasonable to assume that most of the people can suspend what they've heard and market it as false to themselves and actually believe it and move on. If they're like deeply hurt.
I thought you were done.
No, I'm done.
I wanted to. I've been thinking about this, and I think the main issue, of course, with social media is that kids are on it. But assuming we can't just get rid of all the kids on it, what about this as a solution? You mandate that in the interest of avoiding fraud and for maximizing transparency, that as part of Section 230, you have to kind of how they put like the now obviously they didn't do it how I would like them to do it, but the sort of like fact checking. If they were required to do that for like faked touched up images or AI art or stuff like this, have like a little disclaimer saying this is art, this is not real. That way kids who look at that don't, experience a lot of,
Most of the popular
dysmorphia.
services do today. Most of them do. You can tell, oh, this picture was taken with a filter. Most of them have something embedded in the image today to denote. I think Snapchat, Twitter, and Facebook do. I'm not sure about like YouTube, but I don't know how popular that is in that sphere of YouTube Shorts either. But yeah.
The problem is that you start to, whenever you start thinking of these ideas of like, I have a brilliant idea as a central planner that will work on the economy and make things better, is the moment that you run into unintended consequences. I don't know the unintended consequences because central planning is always bad, but let me just throw you a random one, right? What if we start mandating that photos be filtered, right? And then some girl, right, starts getting attacked constantly because her photos are filtered, right? And what's actually happening is she has a birthmark and she uses filters to get rid of her birthmark. And everyone starts saying that she's actually just this ugly, dumb girl because, she uses all these filters and she's nothing but a thought and she won't stop using filters. And like, we want to see, and people start saying they want to see her real face. And like that drives her into, suicidal ideation because, she's stuck between trying to look the way that she wants to present or having to be forced to like show some of the embarrassing characteristics that she feels like won't be treated well. And that's just like right off the top of my head, an unintended consequence, right? Yeah. This is the problem with trying to create regulations or of how we're just going to make the world better. And so many times it ends up biting us in the ass because we don't have that knowledge. We don't have that. Right. We don't know what those effects will actually be.
Right, we can predict on it. I guess you technically, by definition, can't predict unintended consequences or unpredictable consequences. Those are going to be a thing for any policy or no policy ever.
Which is why the state is trash.
Right, my thought process here, though, is like you brought up an interesting point. I guess when I said my proposal, I was more thinking about people with a commercial interest, right? Just like if I'm selling a car on the internet. I can't touch up the image to make it look like a different car. If you're like an Instagram model, what your product is yourself. You're selling your face. You're selling that content, and by touching yourself up, I actually think there are some ethical issues that you run into, especially when you're marketing to kids, right? When you're selling something to kids using a kind of a touched up kind of, if for any other product would be clearly fraud, when you're selling that product to children. I think it's there's some ethical issues. Can you think of exceptions like in a non-commercial sense, like the high school girl who has a birthmark? Perhaps. I wouldn't say that really fit under like a commercial purpose there. And by the way, commercial purpose is like going to be an important element of fraud. You can't really go after somebody for fraud if they don't have a commercial purpose. But the problem is not a high schooler hiding a birthmark with like makeup or like an Instagram filter. I think the problem is people selling media on these social media websites when they're selling a product that doesn't exist and they're not calling it what it is, which is non-existent art. That's all it is. And if you want to call it art or don't call it art, but call it what it is if you're going to sell it.
So, you were, and I figured you'd be in this ballpark, Lactoid. You're going in someplace I wanted to go with. Because I found it interesting that Scott, you talked about a marketplace response to the images we see like on Instagram and social media in general, and having some sort of detection system. Well, looking at the marketplace has decided they're pro filter. They're pro all these things, right? Like, I had read this article a long time ago, just that talked about how like Instagram filters and the stuff like it are like digital makeup, and like this is, and like women have said almost unanimously, it feels like that they're for it. At least the women who are on Instagram, obviously. and not
Kind of a
exclusively
biased
them,
sample
also
size.
men.
A little bit, yeah.
Also some men. Sorry.
Kind of a biased sample size.
That.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, and also some men. To be clear, right? It's not just exclusively women, but but they are for this. They use it all the time. I've talked to women in my personal life, and not just they say not just I use it, but everyone I know uses it, right? And like none of them seem like to disinvest from that system by just like don't put on a filter, right? Even those like no filter posts or have filters on them. So it seems like the
Woke up
market
like
wouldn't be
this.
able to respond to yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. I don't know what the market would respond with.
So
Yeah,
when you talk about market failures, right? Like I hate that term because it's it's baked into it is that it's like this horrible bad thing, and it's like why capitalism sucks or whatever, right? Which is just stupid, but because it's not like the same thing doesn't happen at the state level. But when you're talking about market failure, specifically, you're talking about an information failure, right? So 20 years ago, none of us could have predicted or known, let's say, what touched up images might do to girls' self-esteem in social media. Some of us had an inkling, right? It's not like feminists weren't talking about magazines and unrealistic beauty standards for 30 years, and we're like really quiet about the fact that dudes went through the exact same thing with like jacked magazines and Hollywood and stuff like that. But it's not like they weren't calling out unrealistic beauty standards from touched up magazines, and you couldn't have like taken that logic through to its conclusion on social media where we're all the consumer and the product at the same time. But what you're talking about still is, even if you understand it, there's a difference between understanding it and knowing it, experiencing it, right? Like people can intellectualize problems and then still say, oh, it's not that big of a deal, or oh, it wouldn't happen to me, right? Or you know what I mean? Like you can think something's not a big deal until you have a daughter, for example. You know what I mean? Like there's many different ways of knowing something, right? And that knowledge changes the way that you value the decisions that you make in the market. So when you say like the market has decided, well, the market isn't a person, right? The market is made up of all of the interactions that we choose, and what information we have available to us, and what values we have, and where the culture is, and and to what understanding or level we accept or don't accept the banality of evil, right? Like we all buy cell phones and technology and things like that, and it's like a lot of us accept the banality of evil, which is that like Chinese people have nets at Apple factories so that when they commit suicide they can go back into the factory, and like most of these precious metals and conflict metals are mined with literal slavery, right? But like, so I mean there's a lot of factors there, and so yes, the market has made a decision, you could say, right, that like this thing is valuable. But that's where you in these discussions and other people's discussions and culture and media and all these things go to change how the market values these things. Yeah. Right? Like
I also want to say that I don't think the market has entirely decided. I feel like there's been a huge pushback of people posting unfiltered things, unedited things. There's like something called like Sanity Sundays that a lot of people do, where they post just completely unfiltered things. And I think a lot of people are accepting of the filters on TikTok because it's there. It says it's a filter. So like knowing it's a filter and knowing that it's unrealistic, I feel like is a little bit different than people who are like, yeah, this is natural. Like this is totally me. I feel like that is much more damaging. And I feel like filters are fun to play with. They can be, as long as like you're aware that that's what's happening and that what you're looking at isn't like reality.
Well, I think I'm aware that you guys are going like full like a fucking prude, to be honest, because if I'm not like an Instagram person, right? But if I were, and I wanted to find some like hot women on Instagram, I wouldn't want to scroll through like 50 unpainted fucking hags who want to show me their normal, natural face, like they just woke up in the morning. Jesus like Christ. I don't want to see that shit, right? You're gonna kill my boner. It's not a good time for me. So
go elsewhere.
Maybe the issue here isn't maybe the issue here isn't that these people are like putting on filters or wearing makeup or taping up their fat on their face or whatever the fuck they're doing. Maybe the issue is that little girls are attaching their self-esteem to what people look like on Instagram, right? And you're tackling the problem at the wrong place.
I do agree with that. Yeah.
But
I do
Doobie,
agree that it should be on.
Yeah, but I don't think
we
I don't
agree.
think
That's
there's
the
a way
thing.
to-
Is that my position and everyone else's position is actually like congruent, right? Which is that if we allow the market to be able to determine these things, and more parents use, browser add-ons and filters and things like that, you can do the exact opposite, right? Like you can have spank bank degenerate piece of shit Doobie who can't have children because he can't get his own shit together other than finances, and he's an immoral person that just now had his first slight breakthrough with hallucinogens and still hasn't quite figured out what the humanity in himself is, right? Filter specifically for you so that you can maintain your boner and you can filter out all the no filter things, and you can have fun objectifying women to your heart's content. It'll be awesome for you. And on top of that, you can actually get rid of the boner killing photos intentionally, so that you're only left with like your Coomer land.
This is why it's important to recognize that you're the fungus, right? That we're all connected, because I can understand fully, right, that this isn't just about me. It's about all the other men who don't want to go on Instagram, don't want to go to the workplace where women have stopped wearing makeup, and they got their fucking mustaches, and they look like they fucking just rolled out of bed with their puffy ass cheeks and their disgusting fucking bags under their eyes. Like, I don't want the world to be more ugly. Okay, I think the world would be a lot more ugly if women stopped wearing makeup. It seems like that issue that you guys are talking about isn't just social media. It's movies. It's all media. It's video games. It's comic books. It's just the workplace, right? And women being expected to wear makeup and shit. I like that standard because I like looking at pretty women, right? And I think other people like looking at pretty women. I think women like looking pretty, and I don't want them to feel bad for wanting to look pretty. Right?
Why
So
do you
I think
need
that
to look at pretty women when you're at work, though.
When you're
why
at
not?
work,
Yeah, why not?
especially
So
in your
if I get-
position.
if I'm working,
an obligation on people
So-
to be
yeah.
there for your pleasure instead of just
to be
existing.
presentable, yeah, to be pleasant to look at, yes,
Presentable and
absolutely.
wearing like makeup that meets your standards seem like they could be two separate things.
No, because
So?
hold on. So what I mean when I say presentable is I mean like pleasant to look at. I don't want it to be a chore to look at you and talk to you.
What's
When I
your,
look at
like,
you, I
program
want
for that? Where's-
you to be pleasing to the eyes, right?
How
So
do people achieve
if I have a
that?
woman in the workplace, they wear makeup, right? Maybe they perk their boobs up a little bit, a little bit of cleavage, tasteful cleavage is fine,
Okay.
right? They do their hair, do their nails, like this kind of shit. I think it's totally reasonable, right? Now, if they did the opposite, right? If they just went in like a dude, right? Got out of bed, maybe wet his face a little bit, went to the office looking like shit, then that would be a bad experience for me, right? I don't want that. So why you guys? It seems like you guys are trying to make.
handle that experience.
I can handle it. I don't like it. I don't prefer it. Right?
Doobie.
So if that happened in my workplace, I'd look for reasons to fire that woman if she stopped wearing makeup. If she stopped looking
Jesus
attractive when she came to the
Christ.
office.
Doobie,
Yeah,
have
he
you-
owns his
that way.
business, so just so you know that.
no, I know you don't admit to civil rights
Yeah, I'd
infractions on
absolutely
the
look for
internet.
reasons
Okay.
to fire her.
The other thing here, I really hope you do more than just splash some water in your face. But maybe a way to address this problem, Doobie, could be we can let don't discourage your employees from coming to the workplace for your sexual enjoyment. But what if we instead, like in health class, we had like a unit that taught kids, hey, this is what people look like without their filters, and this is how pernicious filters are, and don't believe anything you see on the internet, kind of thing. That
No,
might be a
that's
good idea.
bullshit.
So-
No, because
hold on.
You,
Yeah,
you
this is
could
what
apply
I-
that same standard in the dating world. Hey guys, every attractive woman you see at the club is fucking ugly when she wakes up in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, this
Yes.
is true.
No, but-
But when I'm at the club,
You
I
are-
want
you are-
the fucking fantasy. Okay,
No,
I want
you-
to think that she's actually a 10. Right? I don't want to know all the shit she has like fucking layered onto her face. I don't want to know that she spent 4 hours putting like fucking curves onto her cheeks and shit like this before she came to the club. I want to think that she's a supermodel.
you do. Hold on,
a
Doobie.
shelf
Wait,
life
I don't-
where
no,
everything's
no, no.
perfect
No,
for your
Doobie, you've
enjoyment
seen.
is
Real quick,
makes you
Doobie.
sound really small.
Doobie,
in a
you've
way.
seen like the videos of
If you
people.
finish up, just you, I haven't forgotten about you. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
you've seen the video, Doobie. You've seen the videos of like the crazy makeup transformations.
Yeah.
Like
an
where like they have no teeth and like they look 75 or something, and then all of a sudden like
I wouldn't
holy
mind
crap.
a woman with no teeth.
Oh
in
Jesus.
certain circumstances.
Those are great.
Okay, well,
Preferred.
my point is like at least educate kids. So if they want to like delude themselves and live into Fantasyland about the people they meet and the people they see on the internet, that's fine. You can do that, Doobie. But like some of us want to like not live in the Matrix, right? This is quite
Yeah.
literally
You do.
like
You are the Matrix.
you are
Okay,
advocating for the
men who
blue pill
comb
right
their
now.
fucking hair are the Matrix, right? Your hair isn't actually that way when you wake up in the morning.
I don't comb my hair.
Therefore,
it actually is
therefore,
like
you're
this
in the
when I wake up
Matrix.
the
When
morning.
women
No.
look at
it's
you, they're
really
seeing
good.
they're seeing like
Thank you. I
a
don't comb.
false
I
reality,
never comb.
right?
I
There's
never.
no
comb.
filter lack to
total
it.
bullshit.
He's a Swedish
Total
model.
bullshit. Don't lie to me.
I don't
lie to me.
Doobie, I
That's
swear to
such
you,
a
I will.
weird
I will.
comparison.
I will. If I am proven wrong, I will give you all the money I've ever made, which is a lot, I'm sure.
Do you ever wear cologne?
I have worn
No,
cologne.
I don't.
At
Do you
some
worry
point.
that you're confusing women who might think that it's your natural musk that they're smelling?
No, that's a good point, and I don't wear cologne on dates ever because
Why?
I realize I would be lying.
That's
I'm not a liar.
disgusting. What are you talking about? Why do you guys want the world to be so fucking ugly?
Don't hold on, pause. Don't lie. It's just because all you have is Drakkar Noir, and you know that shit's horrible.
I don't have Drakkar Noir. Okay,
Just you've been waiting patiently,
Yeah.
please.
I'm not that European.
Yeah, I think some of this is unreasonable at best. Just because there's like a health class telling people, like we all understand what's happening now, but it still has the impacts. So just because we sit kids in a class and say, hey, just to let you know, those people you're looking at on Instagram, they either have filters applied, which it actually shows, and all of this other stuff, I don't think that's going to do anything to help their mental situation. So I think it's unreasonable to like,
Why
we
not?
can have a million health classes, but the impacts of seeing these images over and over is the actual cause, and knowing whether or not those people have applied something through AI or through whatever means, I don't think that's going to help with this situation.
Can we
See,
not have movies about
I
beautiful
think it
people
will.
anymore?
I've
Because
seen
kids
it
might
already. We
think
already
they're
see this
they're
online on
ugly.
Instagram.
Maybe your kid is fucking ugly. Maybe they do need to work on some shit. Maybe they need to go to the gym. Maybe they need some plastic
What-
surgery. Right?
So
So
what
yeah,
evidence have we
I don't
seen?
understand, like, what the
Gym
age
is
is.
gym is always good, but Jisoo, I guess I'm confused here because, like teaching people, I'm pretty sure like there's been studies that show this is actually effective. Like teaching
No.
people, like prepping somebody
It's
for
not.
fraud before the attempted fraud happens lowers the chances that the person's going to fall victim to fraud. Obviously, because you're trying to
Yeah.
fool somebody when they were just warned, hey,
Yeah, but
these
this
people are
isn't
going to try
fraud.
to fool you.
This isn't necessarily the same as fraud. This isn't something that like it's
a
not that
lie.
type of,
I think
it's not that type of trickery though. I would be shocked if y'all could find like 1% of evidence to support what y'all are saying. I don't think it exists at all. I think it may seem like it logically follows to y'all, and that's why it's like a bold claim, y'all. But it's absolutely nonsensical.
Wait,
I
what
don't think
claim?
the claim that telling people that, hey, these people are wearing filters and all of this, like somewhat lowers the damage that social media is doing to our kids. I don't think that makes sense at all.
I don't know. I think it'd be worth a try to like educate kids on not only how to avoid like fraud in these realms, but also like be skeptical, right? Critically think that you like. I thought that was a principle that we wanted to teach kids, right? Critically think, doubt everything.
Wait, listen, hold on. We have to understand that our kids participate in this. The kids themselves are applying the filters and they understand the landscape, but that doesn't mean that the impact of only seeing these presumably 10 people, like in 10 as in the ranking people, is gonna somewhat like lower their expectations to present themselves as 10 at every moment. Like what you're saying is, yes, you should know the images are fake. I'm saying that they participate in creating the fake images and are still mentally impacted by it, even the people themselves that are creating the content. So it doesn't seem to follow to me that if we have a health class or whatever extended amount of education, that's gonna somehow lower the damage that this institution is doing. Like
I hear your point. I know that children have a very difficult time making connections between internal realities and external realities. And when you see somebody else, especially if you're naive, which children are, you're much more likely to just accept that as true, whatever you're shown, as opposed to even if you yourself might be involved in some poor deception, where even if it's not a very good job, there's assumptions that are made that aren't necessarily congruent with reality.
I think it's a bit different though. I don't think that, and this is I'm having a hard time like expressing this in words. I don't think it's naivety. I don't think it's like kids being idiotic. I think there's something about this enterprise that we can't deal with. And I think it's a new thing. I think like I don't think, oh my God, he just or she just needs to understand that these images are fake. I think fundamentally with that interaction, there's something that's happening there that even if you know it's fake, even if we all on this panel know it's fake, it affects us.
What's
And
the
we're
harm in
adults.
trying?
I think-
What's the harm
I
in
think you want
trying?
to-
I don't think there's a harm in trying, to be very clear.
I think there is a
I
harm
don't
in
think
trying.
I don't think there's anything wrong with the health class. I think that the assumption that it might help is wrong, though. So I think if we want to invest in that and try to figure out what the results are and see if it helps, cool, perfect. I'm all for that. But my initial assumption being that the people that we're trying to help are party to that enterprise, I don't think is going to be that helpful. I don't think there's
Yeah, I
I
anything
think
to
the health
suggest
class
that it
would be
might.
the least effective intervention for this.
I don't think there should be any intervention at all. I think that what you guys are missing apparently is that people do this for escapism, right? They're having a shit day at work, shit day at school, so they get on the phone, they scroll through some YouTube videos, scroll through Instagram, and they know that even though their day is shit, even though their box sucks, their job sucks, and the school sucks, their life sucks, somewhere out there is Stacy with her big ass bubble butt on the beach, running around without a care in the world, right? And that's what they're looking for, right? They don't want to know that she has a camera crew there. They don't want to know that she sent the photos to some dude to touch them up before he posted them online. They don't want to know any of that shit. They just want to know that out there somewhere that there's a rainbow and life is happy and life is good, and that's what this is for, right? So what you're attempting to do is strip that from people, which I think
Sites
it's
you can
terrible.
Go to that cater specifically to that aren't like heavily populated.
Which is
by
literally
teenage young
Instagram.
Women. No, there are other sites. It's not. Listen, I just feel like it is wild that.
Why can't
it
Instagram
seems
be
like
one of
trolling. It seems like trolling, honestly.
No, I'm
This
just
has
answering
to
the
be
question.
trolling.
Why can't Instagram be one of those
Because
sites?
it's populated
I think it is
in
right
a
now
large
currently.
part by young women, teenage women who are vulnerable more so than the majority of the populace.
That's an issue with that's a mental health problem that these teens have. That's not a problem with the platform. The platform was functioning perfectly. If some percentage of teenage girls have fucking mental health issues, send them to therapy.
Wait,
Maybe
it
they need to be on
exacerbates those
medication.
issues,
Absolutely okay. So
I
back in,
don't
like,
think
the-
we should be. I don't
no,
think we
back
should be
in, like, the
rearranging our
90s,
society based
there
on the
was a
mental health
huge
problems of
push
teen girls.
to change the way people were portrayed in magazines because there was a lot of photoshopping to make people much thinner back in the day because it was a huge problem with models. Models were like already anorexic skinny, and there were huge issues with eating disorders like in the 90s and aughts and things like that. And there was like a huge push for magazines to do like less retouching, to not platform super skinny models, to promote health, and that's made like a huge difference. And I think a
Thank
similar
God
thing
for that.
should
Now we have all
happen
these
with
fat
that.
bitches running around,
Oh
right? We
my
have
God.
tons of obesity in the United States. Thank you. No, thank God we don't have those thin models on the magazines anymore. Like, I don't understand this line of thinking.
So there.
It all comes full circle to Jordan Peterson tweets, right?
Oh, hell,
Wait, the obesity is a problem.
He's a prophet. But go
So,
ahead.
if I can interject, I think one of the big problems here is GSU Gambit. Number one, you're absolutely right. There is very much like when I was talking about earlier with Jonathan Haidt and junk food, right? Is that when junk food first hit, it gave us all of the wonderful things that our body is designed. Our body is not designed to go to a grocery store and purchase bags of chips and then be able to sit down and eat a bag of chips, right? Our body is designed to forage and to hunt and to gain food that way. And this food our brain is not designed to be able to look at something so fucking delicious that we put zero effort to get, right? And so it takes time for us then as a society to recognize that we have to take willful action and we have to build things, build information, build websites, build apps that track our macronutrients, things like that, right? So that we can deal with the fact that there is something out there that psychologically tricks us. Social media is no different. Social media is and it's the same thing with like pornography and other things like that, right? Like we are designed to meet humans in the real world and have face-to-face communication and then be rewarded for saying the right things, presenting ourselves the right way, via aesthetics, via communication, things like that. And we are losing a lot of those skills and we are gaining a lot of negative side effects from an overusage of social media and from many ways that we have damaged ourselves. I think I want to turn this a little bit, and I think one of the big problems that we have is that our countries and our collective groups are too fucking big. And we live in, and I'm going to do the meme, right? We live in a society, right? We live in a society. We're doing the meme, boys. And the thing is that we talk about solutions at like governmental levels for hundreds of millions of people. And the reason we have done that is because we have placed ourselves within these institutions that are incapable of being able to control culture, really. They can nudge and they can push evil things, and then sometimes they can even push good things, right? Like tobacco cessation, right? Like there have been times where they have successfully pushed things, even though that's not how I would have done it. We've lost our ability to control the culture because we're in areas that are too big. And I don't know that there is like simple solutions to that, but we have to start working on that. And part of that begins with pushing back. One of the things that I've noticed, right, and this is from I think probably a different perspective than most people will look at, is that I fucking hate the Whatever podcast, right? It is one of the worst fucking podcasts in existence, and it is constantly shoved on me as like the new popular fresh and fit for white people, right? Like it is the same model, and it pisses me off, and I'll explain why. It is normalization of the modern woman that men love to hate, and then giving that positive feedback loop of that dumb woman that is a club girl that's 18 to 24 years old, that says she's independent, don't need no man, that has no fucking goals in life besides, being a sugar baby, etc., 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 right? And then you have like some midwit person, be it a girl or a guy, that like gives them basic fucking information that anybody with a fucking brain would be able to tell these people. And then you watch the dumb club girls be like, oh, and like freak out and be unable to respond. It's Jerry Springer 2.0. And the reason I hate it so much is that it normalizes us and demoralizes us into believing that that's what the average 18 to 24-year-old woman is. There's no girls from the country. There's no church girls. There's no young moms. There's no like career girls. Instead, occasionally they'll bring on someone like Not So Erudite to be the midwit that gives them, average IQ fucking talking points that blow their fucking minds. But it gives us this idea that like that's what the dating landscape is like, and yet it's a small percentage of whores that live in cities that can't get their life together. It's like 3% of the population, and they make it seem like this is what the new generation is. And so there's a lot of problems, but I think mainly is that we have cultural problems, and we have to fight those cultural problems. And what we're doing instead is we're looking to solutions for hundreds of millions of Americans. If you're in America, if you're in the UK, 90 million people, whatever the population is in your country, instead of having local communities that work together and families that work together and forming that social capital so that we can solve problems in an ever-changing world with ever-changing technology.
Wait, what's wrong with I don't understand. So what the Whatever podcast? I've never heard of this before. So the Whatever podcast, I just like
it's fresh and fit for white people. So
what does that
whatever
mean,
critiques you have, whatever critiques
I don't have
you
any
have
critiques of fresh and
podcast,
fit. Right?
it's fucking fresh and fit.
Like I don't.
I mean, I'm obviously joking, but it's instead of it being fucking, it's very similar to Fresh and Fit, except it's a bunch of white dudes.
So it's like a bunch of like mid-20s guys or like early 30s guys talking to like early 20s, late teens girls.
Yeah, well, and
about dating and shit.
Is that the one where it's like, would you let your man go to the club or something along these lines? So like the shorts that keep coming out?
It's the same. Yeah, it's those shorts from like, and then they randomly cut to like a sex doll or whatever.
Face. I don't know. That so to me that seems fine, right? Like that seems like it seems to be like angled toward younger people who might actually be the kind of people that go out to clubs, that hang out with these kind of people in the real world. And these people do exist, right? They absolutely exist. So I don't really see how this is like, oh, this podcast exists, so it's like infecting the culture and making everybody think that all women are this way.
But I think he's saying that it's like overestimating the amount of people in the population that deal with the problems that they're talking
Exactly.
about.
But-
Yeah.
It just seems like it seems it's like looking at Jerry Springer. I'm like, oh, well, Jerry Springer is painting all Americans as like fat, crazy people who assault each other constantly.
Or
It just
trans
seemed like-
people are the ones who like that's what all trans people look like. Jerry Springer would do that, right? Have like trans people like come. You have clips of them, being
but-
like fucking insane.
But
no,
if you
but
watch
like
Jerry Springer, you might think like
wouldn't-
half the U.S. population is like midgets or something. Like it's like,
But-
it's
I would, but no, I want.
But if you had a culture-
I'll just say one thing, and then I will.
I just want to respond to him, but fair
Yeah,
enough.
yeah. No. I believe you can respond to me as well. Like I agree with what Doobie said though, right? That like, that the podcast, which I haven't seen, right? But if I'm going to go in your description, it seems like it's directed at a specific audience, right? And that audience, like that, it's not designed for the church girl audience. That's why you don't have like. Why would they be catering to that? So like it's not necessarily that it's normalizing it. I feel like that's what the market wants.
Well,
right?
it's a symptom of a larger problem.
Right. So, but the thing is that like I understand, but what I'm saying is that there are players in the culture war. I'm not saying whatever podcast is to blame for a culture of men that think all women are like this. But what I am saying is that there's something about social media where negative engagement is so highly valued. And so people feed upon that negative engagement and then blow out individual, like, and it blows up because people have a view of the world that does not match reality. And then it leans into that. And there is a cohort of young men, right, that like look at like red pill community content and believe that all of the women out there are like have body counts over 200, that they'll never be a good mom, that none of them want to get married, that like really it's all just about sex and power and your career, and I have to give up on the idea of like women being worth anything because they're not worth anything, they're just dumb whores. And then like they believe this shit. There's a large cohort of people that believe this shit.
I would say
and
the
so
thing
it
that
leans into that and it gains a lot of traction because that negative engagement is so fucking enticing, because when you like something you might leave a like. When something is enjoyable to you, you put it on in the car as you're going. When something pisses you off, you get into a 20 fucking tweet, fucking subtweet, quote tweet argument with someone, and you stay on the platform getting more ad revenue for Twitter or whatever other fucking thing you are, and it grips you. And so we take those negative parts of our culture to a large society that's looking towards governments instead of community and reality to deal with these things. And I think it gets blown up, and you get this level of like normalization.
Could
of
it be
things
that
are
because
not
you're
normal.
on the internet and you're interacting
No,
with these spaces,
no,
and
wait.
you're being fed that sort of
That's-
stuff by the
no,
algorithm because
no, it's
they
the-
know that you watch it and it pisses you off?
no, it's the
Well,
idea
that's
that
just
y'all think
untrue.
that
Because I don't get
people-
that kind of content.
No,
Like
wait,
I don't
it's
get
the-
flooded with MGTOW nonsense.
Look,
No.
Doobie, you're smarter than that. Like, there's no need for me to engage with the idea that
Well, yeah,
negative
this is the problem.
engagement.
I'm smarter than
and things
I'm smarter
like that
than
are-
the point that you just
No,
laid out,
wait.
right? So I
Hold
think that
on,
it's
wait.
ridiculous to speak
No,
as if
it's cool
to
that-
speak as
it's
if
cool
they're
that-
it's to speak as
No,
if the
Doobie,
red pill
Doobie,
slash
stop,
MGTOW
stop,
type of
stop
guys
trolling.
on the fucking internet
Stop trolling
is
with
the
your
average
stupidity.
dude.
Like,
I'm not.
just
No,
stop.
stop, please
You're
stop.
you're trolling.
That is
like,
not
you're
an
That's
average
not
a
guy.
real
what he's
argument.
saying, dude.
Most guys
Come
are.
on, man.
Wait, hold
Y'all
on. Don't
just
do this.
wasting
Don't do this. Come
time.
on,
Doobie,
man. I'm
Doobie,
wasting
be an
time.
adult and be a
Are you
part
guys,
of
are you
it.
guys
He's
telling me?
saying.
Are you guys telling me that you believe the red pill slash MGTOW cohort of men is like a large portion of the population, or even a significant one? One that's
Well,
even
hold
worth
on, wait.
referencing.
I
I feel like
think-
this is a
Okay,
tiny
okay,
minority of
okay,
men that you're
okay,
referencing.
wait, hold on,
Like
let's-
Intel. Also, a tiny minority of men.
No one's interested in you being Kathy Newman right now.
I want you to try to respond.
Yeah,
right?
so
We got Pep
Doobie,
as
nobody
well.
is saying that everybody is in that demographic, but what
Just ignore
he said
just
is
ignore
true.
his stupidity.
The impact that these communities have on what common people think are tremendous. And it's like, if you watch that Fresh and Fit podcast episode where I don't know which one is Fresh and which one is Fit right now, but I think Fresh is the guy that sits on the right.
Oh, they're supposed to be named? I didn't know that.
Yeah, so they
that's
asked
their
him,
names,
they asked
yeah.
him, but they asked him what percentage of girls do he
Oh
think
God, yeah.
at the local college gets flown out to have sex and shit? And he said like 50%. And
Yeah.
like you have to understand that like it's so
Sounds about right.
unreasonable to say any like percentage like even 1% is so tremendously outlandish. And like
Yes.
people have started to buy into this thing that most of the women that they're interacting with that they can't have sex with because sex rates are down everywhere are these people that are being flown around by millionaires out at night around the fucking universe. And like this thinking, even though I
Just
understand, Doobie, that there's a niche community of people producing this content, the amount of people that it impacts, and this goes back to what the social media and the pictures thing, people aren't able to realize how significantly small either the problems that these people are talking about or nuances around it and things like that. And that's what I don't think y'all are grappling with. Like you can have, yeah, it's just like a couple of guys producing this red pill content, but their reach and their impact on like normal society is
they just had
super
Michael
massive.
Knowles on. You know what I mean? Like it's not like a random like little know nothing podcast, right? Like it blows up very quickly because people enjoy content that is Jerry Springer 2.0. But like to maybe make it more clear, right? There's a lot of data from Plenty of Fish and Tinder that makes it into when people talk about relationship between men and women. And I've used this data before, like I've talked about it before. But the problem is that when this data gets presented, it gets presented as if that is the reality for all men and women constantly. And no one mentions, hey, there's a self-selecting mechanism here, which is people that go onto dating apps but also are successful on dating apps. Because if you go into a dating app and you're an average girl and you don't really fit that vibe, you're not going to get a lot of success and you're going to leave that dating app. So like there's a whole cohort of the population that's not in it. And yet so many dudes believe that it is the unequivocal truth that like all women will rate themselves at like a 7 or higher, and all men and that all women will rate men like that are in the top 20% as 5 to 10, and that an 8 is considered a 5 by women. That is absolutely true for women on dating apps. That's what dating app data is. But that's not true of women. And yet what I'm saying is that like there's so much social media blows up this negative things that we like to hear because we hate it and because we'll engage with it and because it gives us an enemy and because it gives us a reason to like look at our own inadequacies or where we are and be like, this is why shit's not working out. It's because society is fucked up, right? And
It's easier to blame
what
than
I'm
to
saying is that
introspect,
there's another end to that spectrum, which is that like it makes it seem like that shit is what the new normal is. And it is, because that's what media pushes, and that's what Hollywood pushes, and that's what media narratives love to push, and that's what social media pushes. But it's also like not what you're gonna go find at if you go to a fucking if you go out into the country and find people that are mudding, you're gonna find a different culture than what you think is normal.
let's go to
You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's go to Pep and Lactoid.
Oh, I was just gonna say similarly, yeah, I feel like a lot of the red pill content is because it's as popular as it is because it's easier to look outwardly for a problem to blame rather than to introspect, basically. I don't know. And I think, I do think it's really, the representation on those shows is overwhelmingly negative for women.
The old fascist gambit, right?
I also think we're historically more antisocial, and I think men are depressed and looking for an excuse as well. Like it's more than they don't want to just look inward. I think that the landscape that used to exist and the interactions offline was so prevalent that these type of things wouldn't have happened in a pre social media universe.
I do agree.
Because people interact and they would understand that the reality that's in front of me doesn't match what's being said online. Whereas today we don't interact as much offline, so those online personas have more weight somewhat.
I wanted to touch on that, but first Lactoid.
Yeah, I wanted to quickly defend the red pill movement in one particular avenue,
For sure.
I think there's a difference, right? There is the kind of the external locus of control red pill, which I would kind of associate with like Fresh and Fit and those people, and then there's more of like the internal locus of control red pill, which I'd maybe associate more with like, you know, a couple years ago Jordan Peterson, and I think one is actually good and tremendously valuable, but like focusing on self-esteem and focusing on self-improvement and realizing like this is the only way you're really going to get ahead. And then compared to, I think, what the external locus of control red pill, which is kind of what we're shifting into in what I think is, you know, some people call it like Jerry Springer, the Jerry Springer effect, the Jersey Shoreification of society, where there tends to be more of like there tends to shift towards more of, with all content, more of an emphasis on conflict as opposed to substance, more of an emphasis on drama and that thing and that kind of the soup that people swim in, compared to engaging with ideas.
Yeah.
And that's what
the
I
Stoics
see.
and the weightlifters. Just call them the Stoics and the weightlifters.
Right. But what I'm saying, well, no. What I'm saying, like, I'm seeing the red pill movement kind of shift towards that. But really, almost every like social media or like, you know, media franchises is, I think, those types of media are gaining more prominence, which I think it's kind of like it's a feedback loop. So I think it's a symptom of a problem, which I think people are kind of becoming less interested in substance and becoming a lot more interested in conflict. But then also the presence of that media in of itself, I think, reinforces that. So I think it's a real problem. And it's not a good thing that we have people who prioritize conflict over substance, because I think it leads to stupid people.
Yeah, I think you guys are massively overstating the size of the problem. Is like the issue that I have with it. I think, like, putting this in perspective, like Fresh and Fit have like 1.7 million subscribers on YouTube, right? That is less than the Townsend dude who builds like fucking ancient style like fireplaces and cooks food from like slavery days, right? And I wouldn't. They have less views than him, less subscribers than him. I wouldn't assume that because of these numbers, like most men or sizable percentage of people out in the United States are watching these videos and even know who this fucking guy is, right? This another one of my favorite channels, Infinite Waters, Diving Deep, right? Strange dude, usually standing out in the wilderness, talking about philosophy, talking about your inner eye and shit like this. 2 million subscribers on YouTube. Most people don't know who the fuck this guy is, right? But I feel like because you guys are in the space, you guys are talking about these things on your channels, you're going on panels where you guys have these discussions. I'm sure you guys watch this kind of shit on YouTube and you guys react to it or get mad at it. You're just being fed this kind of stuff, so you think it's reality. You think it's what the average person is dealing with, and I don't think that's it. I think what you're looking at right now, I think you guys are in the box that you're criticizing. You guys are saying, oh, well, people think this is how the world is because they're being fed this stuff all the time. But you're being fed that stuff all the time too, so you think that's what the world is, right? I don't think it's that big a deal.
So you admit we're right?
No.
I disagree.
I also think it's
I think this is a minuscule issue, if we can call it an issue at all.
I've interacted with dudes in real life. It is a broader problem than it used to be.
So,
Yeah.
Doobie,
Used to
two
be
things.
when?
Number one,
What's your metric for that?
Doobie,
Well, I think intelligence
Doobie,
is also
two
like
things.
declining.
Number one,
Like, I don't know,
So
like,
two
you don't
things-
look very
two
old. Like, when you're
things.
15
Number
years
one.
old, 14 years old, like, used to be when?
So
I'm
two
35,
things.
so I have
number
like a
two.
pretty
So two
significant
things.
history
Number
of dating
one.
dudes
So
and seeing
two
how they
things.
behave,
Number
and
one.
they're getting
Not
worse.
surprising, actually.
So two things. Number
Let's
one. You're going purely based off of views on a platform where 70% of people watch it on their phone, where people put things on in the background, where people engage with the content in totally different ways, right? So one is affecting the culture and relationships, and the other is shit people probably put on to go to sleep or relax to, or in the background, or put on for their dogs, right? So for like right off the bat, and also affects different generations. Like we'd have to look at the metrics on like what the average age is of these individuals, because we're really talking about something that is targeted towards Gen Z and millennials. The second thing, your own argument defeats what it is that you're claiming, because your own argument is hinged upon the fact that our vision of reality is changed by the way we engage with social media and the things that are fed to us, which is the very problem that we're attempting to highlight. So, like, again, I know that you like to play devil's advocate and you don't have any real
I think you
serious
misunderstood.
discussions
I think
here,
you misunderstood
but
my
like
position.
you're a troll and you should stop.
Rabble.
No,
I think
but
you
Doobie,
misunderstood
what
my
he's
position.
saying is if
So
you're saying
no,
that we're
stop.
all,
So I'm not
you're saying
arguing.
we're all
No, stop.
deluded by the
No, you guys are
content
If that's
that
what you
we
think I said, then you're
consume.
misunderstanding, right? So what I'm
No,
I'm
that's
not
what
saying
said.
that
We're not
the
misunderstanding.
media
We're just calling you out on your
is
dumb
the
Let
media that you.
Dibby get it out.
I'm not saying that the media you consume does not affect your belief system, your beliefs about the world, etc. Like, of course, I'm not saying that, right? What I'm saying is that this thing you guys are pointing to, right? You guys are highlighting the incel, red pill, MGTOW shit. I don't think this is a big deal, right? I think this is small. I think there are much bigger issues, right? Much bigger issues we could be talking about. But you guys are focusing on this hyper niche bullshit that nobody actually gives a fuck about outside of these spaces.
How
Well,
often do you go on
how
dates
do you
with
explain?
dudes?
Hold
Of
on,
course it means
Doobie.
nothing to you.
How do you?
I mean, we can
explain
always go
that-
back to the IG
No,
reports
hold
on
on,
girls,
hold
but I
on.
mean,
This is
apparently,
easy.
you know,
This is
everyone needs to
easy,
pop up
Doobie.
their tits.
How do you explain one out
Gab
of?
get, then we'll go back to Pep.
Yeah, Doobie, how do you explain 1 out of 3 men age 18 to 24 no longer having sex? If you think that the problems that we're saying aren't real world problems and we're just pointing to things because they're within our like group of interest videos that we see online, how do you explain the real world data that seems to be backing less and less social interactions, more and more like hate amongst the sexes, and the declining sex rates and everything else that goes with it? If all of these like real statistical identifiers, like we can extract them from culture and see them, why do you think that we're deluded and you're not? Why do you think we're inflating the
Why do
problem
you
and
think?
you're not just
Why do you
minimizing?
think that 1 in 3 men that haven't had sex in the last year, right between the ages of like 18 and 24, is an
For a
indicator
lot
of
of
like
the reasons that we've named.
is an indicator that there's like a big problem with society, and not just that. Hey, maybe this specific like group of men were focused on work or focused on school or whatever, right? So they weren't interested in having sex, right? Maybe they found meaning or purpose outside of finding a hole to put their dick in, right? And this is a good thing, actually.
Impossible.
Wait. So,
Probably.
Doobie, I know you've made. So I agree with you on this point. I do think it's like actually somewhat toxic to think it's a problem when men haven't had sex, and I think it encourages bad behavior. But you're all about that, aren't you, Doobie? Aren't you all about teaching?
Hold on. I used to be a massive fuckboy. Right? That's true. But I haven't been that in a long time.
I
stopped that when I
just
stopped that. Listen. I stopped
in
that
this
when
very panel. You said that you
No, that's
want
not
your
true.
like your employees
Well,
to
no,
walk
just
around with
because
perked
I
up
want
tits.
something pretty to look at doesn't mean that I want to fuck them. Right?
Hold on, wait,
What are you talking about?
Doobie,
No,
why
wait.
is
Oh my
anybody
God. Y'all wanna
taking
meme.
this seriously
Y'all want to
from the
meme?
guy?
I want to have a
From
Hold on,
the
Black
guy?
would- Black would you
No,
is
no,
true.
no, no, no. From
no,
from
I'm
the
trying to
guy-
make him have a
from
real
the
conversation.
guy-
like
And
every
Lactose
person
is
from the
trying to
guy-
let
Okay.
him meme.
Okay.
I just want to finish my sentence.
No. Just
You're just gonna bitch some more. Just like we understand what you're gonna say. Dude, why isn't anybody taking you seriously? You're a troll. Yada yada yada. Who
He
gives a
had a
fuck?
thought previously, but don't bullshit me. Like GSU, like finish your thoughts.
so-
you're trying to get to.
yeah, so
And we got to
listen,
go to
I'm
Pep as well.
I understand that you're frustrated, that you think Doobie is memeing, right? Which is why I'm asking him questions where he has to validate what he's saying. I don't like how Lactar injects this shit to let him just meme about being a fuckboy. Like the way that you engage with Doobie is you force him to answer real questions, not give him like
Yeah, you need
olive
the
branches and
manual
just
for
fucking
engaging
meme.
with Doobie.
So Doobie,
Well, I
like,
agreed with Doobie though at this point.
No, but we don't see
Impossible.
evidence. We don't see evidence that 18 to 24-year-olds are just prospering in the workplace. We see wages stagnation. We see
That's the
education
point.
rates dropping. We see no data that this group of people, these group of especially men, have just got their shit together, and that's why they're choosing not to have sex. Actually, all the other statistical data is also pointing in the other direction. So given that we see that this group has more suicidal ideation, more depressed, less education rates, wages stagnating, less sex, all of these negative things, what makes you think that this group is somewhat getting their shit together and just choosing not to have sex more?
No, I'm not
And
saying
given that reported instances amongst that demographic also claim that they want to have sex.
Why didn't you start with like I don't know? I just think you should have started with the things that matter instead of again perpetuating this. Well, they haven't gotten laid, so obviously they're struggling or they're losers or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Obviously, if we
that's not
see
what he said.
statistical, that's not what I said at all. If we see statistical like anomalies or things shifting within culture, it's reasonable to ask why might we think those things are happening. And there's several like arguments on the table, and the one that you're and Doobie are falling behind is like literally the data is the most anti to that opinion. There is no data
It's
that
simple. We were
supports
talking
men
about
are just getting that
relationships,
shit.
right? Like that's an
Yeah.
important aspect of relationships. right? Like that's the only reason why that's
And offline interactions. It's proving that online interactions like are becoming more the norm, and that's leading to all of these negative
No,
things.
that's
due to
not what that
social media.
proves. That's not because this could be it could be fueled by a fucking wide variety of things, right? So one is the thing
Yeah,
that I
I'm not
laid out
saying it's
earlier.
just one thing.
No, listen,
I'm not saying it's univariate
Another
analysis.
could be that then obesity rates and men feeling unattractive, so they're not pursuing women when they'd like to. Or maybe they feel uncomfortable with their bodies. Another thing could be the kind of toxic way that the discourse is shifted around consent and around making sure that that you have what is it like enthusiastic verbal consent at all times, or you're a fucking rapist. It could be a ton of shit, right? But to say, oh well, hey, Andrew Tate videos are popular, so
That's a
therefore
niche-
therefore
niche
it's
online
the
conversation that you're having.
okay. I pointed to like 4 or 5 different things, right? So you seem to be focusing on the thing that matters the least.
The topic.
No, there is no topic. What are you talking about? You're focusing on the thing that matters the least, which is to me red pill MGTOW bullshit that is enjoyed by a tiny minority of men online.
Dude,
Right,
you
so-
think people that actually have
Well, what I'm
sex
pointing
online
to,
I
about
think-
these,
is that maybe obesity is a big problem. Maybe these people feel unattractive. Maybe with a pandemic, people got less social interaction, so they feel awkward about talking to girls. It could be a ton of shit.
So
I keep hearing this about the numbers, but
I'm going to get Pep first. Yeah, she's been waiting. But
Oh,
then we're going to go to.
I just think that this is largely kind of trolly and ridiculous. That it's funny when it's happening to other people. It's more irritating when like I'm on having a conversation.
What do you
So,
disagree with?
props.
So what about what I said that you
I
disagree with?
disagree. Well, I don't know if I even want to engage with you on this. I'd rather answer the
Then
question
stop talking.
of,
If you're just going to complain in the
I
corner,
said
shut
I'd
the fuck
rather
up.
answer
If
the
you're going to
topic-
engage
I'd
with me.
rather answer the question of why is this happening to dudes, and I think it's largely that like there was a huge push for women to be like, hey, guess what? You can work now. You can do all these things. You can do anything, and like women have undergone a huge shift societally. There hasn't been a.
but those
similar
women
thing for
aren't
dudes.
having
Wait,
less sex.
yeah.
They're just having sex with less amounts of
Yeah.
men. They're still having sex.
I think overall they are also
so that
having
fell
a little bit
apart.
less
Do you have anything
sex,
else?
stats-wise.
A small
But-
proportion
But
of the men.
But I do want to say that a similar shift hasn't happened for men. So I feel like a lot of the dudes today grew up under the same kind of like messaging that would have worked 50 years ago but doesn't work now. Like being like, all right, what you need to do is like be a dude that has a good job and can support a like wife and kids and like just like be that, and that's all you really need to do to get a lady. And it's like that doesn't go nearly as far as it would have in the 50s, and I think it really leaves a lot of dudes behind and feeling like they've been sold an incorrect bill of goods.
Well, I think the problem is a lot of young men are not doing that, and a lot of young men are not doing the things that they need to do to get better to be able to compete in the sexual marketplace.
Yeah,
I'm sorry I
don't
brought
think
up this
it's necessarily
podcast, by the
job
way.
work.
Because one of the things we're
I'm just
looking
trying
at,
to
like,
talk about the effects of tech.
I mean, look at the employment rates of men within that age demographic as well, right? I mean, look at what they're doing. They're not doing what they should be doing. Like,
But-
part of this is men need to be better by like the standards in which they wanted to be better several decades ago, and
sure,
these kind of external locus control red pill shows are telling them that they don't need to be better. It's actually because women are awful, and it's actually because you don't have to work on yourself. No, like you should be working to be a better person for your own self, right? And then everything else comes later.
Yeah, I don't
I wanted to
But-
I wanted to respond to Doobie's because this has come up now multiple times that the number of people who are listening to this stuff isn't that big, but there was a study came out just last week that said it was a study. They asked it was a questionnaire survey of young men in the UK, and more people had heard of and had listened to Andrew Tate than knew the name of their own prime minister in the UK among young men in the UK. So that means he's got more exposure than Rishi Sunak has in his own country.
I've never heard
Okay,
that name
hold
before.
on. When
right
you're
now.
talking about fucking teenage boys, hold on. You could probably say this about like I don't know about PewDiePie anymore. Maybe Philip DeFranco or some shit. You'll probably find that teens in the United States are paying way more attention to Philip DeFranco or PewDiePie than they are to Biden or to whoever the fuck leads the Democrat Party right now. Now, like this is just I don't think we can use that as any indicator.
No, no,
agree
no.
with
I
you.
wouldn't use that as an indicator unless I was responding to the claim that very few or almost no young men are listening to people like this, and that it's not having an impact on the culture. You just now I'm agreeing with you more. Now you're comparing like Red Pillars and Fresh Fit and people like that to like PewDiePie in terms of their cultural like impact on young men and boys. And yeah, I agree. That's the level of impact that we're talking about here. It's not just a very tiny like subsection of society that's irrelevant. It's large enough to where it's displacing some really pretty well-known personalities.
Well, hold on, but given that Andrew Tate was recently arrested and he's been all over the media with, God knows how many news organizations talking about how he's like a sex trafficker and a rapist and all this kind of shit. Why would it be strange to think that
Before that, he was the most Google man on earth. Before
why
all
would
of
it
the
be strange? Please
controversy,
stop.
all of that.
Why would it be
Yeah.
strange to think that in the UK, right? These in this
Stop!
poll of,
You're proving
in this
my trolling
poll,
wrong.
Yeah.
In this poll
Stop,
of
let me
1,200
pivot and make
please
up more
stop. In this
bullshit.
poll of 1,200
Why-
young men in the UK,
Why are you
they've
here?
heard,
Just
they've
to
heard
troll.
about Andrew Tate and they know who he is, etc. Like that. I don't. Again, so them knowing about this person, understanding
can
who
I
he
ask you
is
a real
as a model,
question?
doesn't
So you're saying
mean
he's
doesn't
not
mean
well
please
known
stop.
because
Doesn't mean
people know
doesn't
of
mean
him?
please
That's-
stop. Doesn't mean that they agree with him. Doesn't mean that they follow his belief system. Doesn't mean any of that. So you guys are taking snippets of information and extrapolating a ton of shit from them. It doesn't
I
make any
understand
sense.
you want to get your point out, so you're trying to keep talking, but everything
well-
hold on. I want Doobie to answer this. Let's let Doobie answer. Doobie, he was the most Googled person and one of the most famous people on the planet before all of the controversy. So can you please address that? So before all of the controversy about the sex trafficking, all of that shit, he was already the most Googled man on the fucking planet. And you have to think that if his main content was the red pill shit, a lot of the people consuming it weren't just hate watchers. It was also people that agree with him. So like, let's not try to use the situation now and the news coverage.
What do you think the
of him now.
percentages of that were? Right, so
What do I think the
percent of people
percentages of hate watchers
who
versus
Googled,
To
please,
be
who
the
Googled
most
Andrew, please
Googled
stop.
man.
Okay, why was he the most Googled man?
This was before
Take
the
the next step.
controversy.
Take the next step. Why was he the most Googled man?
They wanted to be part of Hustle's University, obviously.
No, it was because part of the way that he spread his name around was he got people that were in Hustlers University, right, to post like snippets of him and shit on TikTok to get points, to get whatever the fuck, months or whatever as part of the Hustlers University. So this led random ass videos of this bald dude popping up on TikTok, popping up all over YouTube with the little shorts. So people want to know who the fuck this guy was. Right, so we shouldn't assume that Google activity is an indicator of like a positive interaction with him. Plenty of people might have looked him up just to know who the fuck he was, and maybe didn't agree with anything that he said. Right, so I'm wondering, why do you guys keep taking like, oh yeah, people know who he is, people looked him up at some point, so therefore they agree with him and they're being affected by his message. No, they could be they looked him up, wonder who the fuck this random dude was on their TikTok feed, and they don't agree with him. In fact, many young people do not agree with him because they tend to be more like socially like left than they used to be in like generations past, right? More young people these days are far less likely to agree with the MGTOW message. They're far more socially liberal. So I don't understand why we think that them knowing about this dude is going to mean that they're
Saying
like
that
a large
general
proportion of them
demographic-
are going to agree with his message, which is
Yes.
extremely misogynistic on its face.
No, saying that just because there's a growing amount of liberals means that there aren't tremendous amounts of people that like Andrew Tate for his message.
That's not what I
specifically.
said.
Are two things
That's not what I said at all.
That is
I'm not
what
saying.
you
I'm
said.
not saying that
You
he
said,
doesn't have any
given
fans.
that we know that this group
I'm not
is growing
saying.
and they're
I'm not
more
saying that
left.
he doesn't
the
have any
MGTOW stuff
fans.
is not
Just
like,
to
how
pay
do you say
attention.
that these people
Oh my
like
God.
him?
I
That's
think,
what you
no,
just said.
I think, hold on. I think we were
Silly.
just like arguing about degrees, right? And I think that Doobie has, and maybe I'm wrong, so you can correct me, Doobie. But I think Doobie has already given that. Like, he understands that media has impact on culture. I think he's saying that the degree to which that you guys think that this guy has an impact, and not just him, but others like him, might be overblown. Like, and like talking about Andrew Tate, I didn't know who the fuck Andrew, like, ever. Like, this guy just suddenly popped up. Everyone was talking about him. I had never seen this dude before, right? And people were talking to me as if I should know who this guy is. And then I Googled him. I had to Google, I don't know who the fuck this guy is.
Oh shit! Here's one of them.
Yeah, right. Like, and and then his brother too. I had to Google him as well. So like that's how that works, right? Like, so I think he's saying that social media activity does not equal agreement, right? Like, Google searches doesn't equal agreement, and I think you guys also agree with that, right? We're just arguing about in terms of like degrees, how much of an impact this
Prime.
person is having, and we don't.
It gives him significant power.
Prime.
Yeah.
What you're doing is you're witnessing him moving the goalposts so fucking far from his
I haven't moved it
trolling
anywhere.
in the beginning, where no one's heard of these people, and actually
That isn't what I said.
that no one's heard
I
of
said
these
their
people.
audience
and
is small, not
actually-
that nobody's
Hey,
heard of them.
Doobie, shut up! Everyone knows you're.
You're
a
gonna
fucking
lie,
troll and you're
Scott.
useless.
Scott, I know that you love your fucking morality. If you're gonna fucking lie to us, I'm gonna interrupt you. I never said that
Why am
nobody
I-
knew
what-
about them. I said that their audience is small and that you guys are exaggerating the impact that they have.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what I've been
I'm
saying
so-
from the
I'm so-
start.
I'm sorry. I'm paraphrasing.
What I'm saying is that
as
you guys are
move the
focusing
goalpost.
on a niche micro issue that most people don't give a fuck about when there are bigger
Well, we were
issues
ta-
to talk about.
Doobie. I brought up the Whatever podcast is just one example of the greater conversation that we were having about the ways in which social media negative engagement can blow up things and make them seem like they're bigger than they are. And then after a while, you come in and say that we're all just making shit up because we're all in agreement with something, and what you do is you take whatever position that people happen to be agreeing upon, then you blow that up, add a bunch of toxic fucking language to it, try and get someone triggered for entertainment and fun. Now you've moved the goalpost from, oh, this has basically no effect. These guys that make fucking structures and pools and shit are way more popular. You're just in an echo chamber. You got proof. I highlighted how your own argument defeated you, and now you sidestep and run away from the most Googled person on earth into this idea that, like, well, actually the Google doesn't matter because not everybody agrees with you, when we're talking about cultural impact and how this bullshit movement that places this idea of young women as a small subset of being what the larger context of the modern woman is like. You're now getting into and equivocating about what percentages of the most Googled man on earth actually agree with him. It's stupid.
That was literally the original point that I made, right? So you just laid it out pretty uncharitably, but I'll let you have it, okay? So the original point I made, I just repeated this earlier, was that you guys are exaggerating the impact that these people have, right? Which is why the percentage of people who Google Andrew Tate don't fucking agree with him, right? Like Prime here, are important. Because I think at the start of this, when you brought up the Whatever podcast and you talked about how it was impacting the culture, etc., right, and how it's like fresh and for white people, I think you're overstating the impact that has. It seems like this is meant for like a specific niche group of people who are going to find this interesting. I don't think that has a massive effect on the culture, right? But and I think that you are overblowing
anything that you
I think that you are overblowing.
Like, you have no fucking
I think that you are overblowing.
You have no
I'm
trust.
giving my opinions right now.
You're
I think that you're
bullshit.
overblowing. I think that you're
Why you
overblowing the
won't
impact
show
these
your
people
fucking
have
face? Not
because
that, Brett.
because
Everyone
you
knows you're
because
full
you
of
don't like
shit.
because oh God, please stop. I think you're overblowing the impact that these people have because you think that the progressives are on the side and you want to go back to the family unit or whatever the fuck it is that you want to do, right? I think it's ridiculous. I think it seems pretty straightforward to me. I think to any reasonable person that these are niche micro celebrities, like Destiny's a niche micro celebrity, Hassan's a niche micro celebrity, and to the wider the world, these people have no fucking impact, right? So if you want to talk about the impact of social media or media in general on the culture, on people, talk about something more relevant to that discussion, i.e.
talking about the topic of social media. And
No.
the way that it
What you
engages.
be saying?
You don't
What
wanna
you be
talk
saying is basically
Why are
turning
you
online
defending
conversation.
him?
No,
It's
don't give me that.
some right.
No, what
I know
he
he's trolling.
basically just no. What he basically just said is that like is terminally online with a different words, right? Like under a different name. That's it. A terminally online conversation. That's literally all that he's saying.
Gen Z is terminally online. That's the fucking problem.
In Gen Z are socially progressive. Why would you assume that a lot of these people agree with Andrew Tate?
Just because a large amount of them are socially progressive.
Yeah, what?
What I made earlier doesn't mean
what?
that there's not a growing amount of them that, one, in some ways respect this message, and then two, some wholly just accept it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just because somebody is like
Again, I'm not saying
left-leaning
that Andrew Tate has
doesn't
no
mean that.
fans. I don't know why you keep jumping there as
I
if it's a
never, I never.
gotcha.
That's
I'm
not
not
what I
saying that
said.
nobody
That's not
agrees
what I
with him.
said.
I'm not saying that
Don't
no young
paraphrase
people
what
agree
I
with
said
him.
in some
I'm
bullshit.
not saying that
Didn't say
nobody
you
that looked
said
him
he
up
said he had no
agreed with him.
fans.
What I'm saying is that this is a tiny, like Prem
Mhm.
said, terminally online issue like xenogenders. Most people outside of this space don't give a fuck about it, so there's no reason to focus on this.
Andrew Tate and xenogenders are two wildly different worlds.
Oh no
It's
shit.
They're
like-
not even close.
But it's like the trans debate, right? Like it's like the trans debate seems a lot bigger here online
No, the
than it
trans
is
debate
like
is gigantic everywhere.
no. I'm saying let me finish it, right? Online than it is like in the general populace, right? Not like in terms of, for instance, in like politics. I think it has impact there, but like in the general populace, I don't think people are talking about these things like in the way that we think it seems like it is. Like if you experience fucking Twitter or some shit, right?
There's
Like,
a reason Republican legislation is passing everywhere, and it's not because we're
no,
overblowing the impact
Don't
of
give
the
me.
trans
Whoa.
debate.
Hold on a second. Pause for a second. Don't give me that. Don't pretend like, and I'm not like yelling at you. I'm just like elevated.
Yeah.
But like let's not pretend that Republicans like craft legislation based around what the constituents badly want, right? Or whereas in response to something real, right? Like no, you can have a situation where you have a moral panic, and then Republican legislators jump on that moral panic, and then like feed that to their audience, making it bigger than it was in the first place. So that's exactly what happened there, right?
You don't think
online conversation.
Hold on, Prime. You don't think the trans discourse is like very heavy in the like normative society about the idea of like placing trans women in the sports with females? You don't think that that's an explosive, hotly talked about topic in regular, everyday, normative circles? Not everyday, but commonly talked about. Yes, for sure.
I'm saying that most. I'm saying what Dupree was just saying, right? Like that there are a set of issues that are core to people's worries, right, on their priorities. Like if like they do that they do that survey, right, especially during like elections, right? Like what are your priorities, right? I guarantee you, fucking trans people will never make it on that list, right? Like it's just not gonna make it on that list.
I think we should talk about.
Please, just let me fix this.
I think we should talk about why. I'll let you go, Fabian. I think we should talk about why. I think most people view the discourse around putting biological males and biological females into the same arena as so wild and stupid that they don't think it's actual political capital that would try and do that. So I think the reason why they wouldn't list that at the top of their list is because the value that the ability for that to actually happen to them is significantly low. If you switch that, the amount that we talk about this, and you say that there's actually a lot of political capital and people are going to change your high school and shit to where biological males and females are playing together, I think that you'll see the increase in the amount of people marking that at the top of their list for sure. The social issues are like gigantic.
Lactoid, and then Scott. Lactoid, no, you're not gonna fucking fix it. I don't know why you think you can fix this, but Lactoid.
Because none of you know what you're talking about.
But then we'll go into the next topic any which way after that. All right, like and then whatever. So, and I go last word, okay?
I'm gonna engage with Doobie, despite I know Scott doesn't want people to. I want to agree. Gen Z is crazy. Right? We're not just talking about Andrew Tate, we're talking about like left-wing Andrew Tate, like Hassan or other people, right? And as to the point of this problem is exaggerated, I don't know whether or not it's exaggerated or not. Maybe it is. Do you at least agree with me that it's a significant issue, especially on the internet, which is a medium that I care about. It's definitely a medium that we all spend time on, and it's definitely a medium that's becoming bigger as time goes on. It would seem to be something particular, like when people say, oh, that's just important on the internet. Well, the internet's kind of like a community in of itself. It's kind of somewhat important. I don't see that as a defeater for the idea of we should care about this because it's a significant issue and it's affecting people in ways that are detrimental. I think one good example of this, and this is not the internet, but I think it's when you watch daytime TV, it almost exclusively focuses on just conflict. Right? Like all of these shows are just, drama and conflict over any kind of substance. And this is somewhat of an American problem. It's not necessarily a European, like in the same way it's not the same way in Europe. So if you look at Gordon Ramsay's shows in America, they are far different than Gordon Ramsay's shows in England.
I was just thinking this.
They're not even close, because in England, it doesn't sell to be an asshole. You can't be an asshole just to be an asshole and sell to people. You can't do that. In the same way, in America, there is some kind of like pernicious cultural thing that's sort of been developing of be an asshole. We want to give the masses the blood. They want to see it. I mean, isn't that something like a significant enough issue, like on daytime TV, on the internet, like on all of our media? Isn't our media maybe kind of encouraging this a little bit, or maybe symptomatic of sort of an issue that's arising in America that isn't as present in other countries? I mean, Doobie, that's at least some evidence that it's at least some kind of a problem, right?
Yeah, I agree that it's some kind of a problem. My claim for the entire time is that this is a tiny, minuscule problem, and that there are other more important problems that are to talk about.
Okay.
We can walk and chew gum at the same time.
What's your
So-
metric for judging the size
so-
of the problem?
so-
Wait. We are at the cusp of switching topics. Scott, and then
Yeah.
I go.
So we can talk about multiple things in this arena. The real thing, how do I put this? The problem with the way that culture wars and social media and negative engagement, and the way we engage with this media, is that it does blow things out of proportion. That's the entire thing that I think we're really trying to talk about. When you interview people and you ask them how many Black Americans do you think are killed by police, they will multiply that number by 100 or 1,000
magnitudes. It's hilarious,
right? Because the reality is that it's always less than 30 a year, right? And people think it's hundreds or thousands, when really it happens once or twice a month if it's a bad time, right? The amount of Black people killed by police in a year doesn't match like 2 weekends in Chicago. And so people think that the problem is so much bigger than it is, because there is a cultural kind of conversation about this problem, and social media puts this problem forward. The same is true with the trans discussion. Look, everybody fucking knows that I am a culture warrior against that bullshit, right? I don't think that surprises anybody, all right? And I will say that there are things that people don't fucking talk about that are a serious problem, like the fact that Second Step, that is intentionally supports transformative social emotional learning, is in 34% of all elementary schools. It is our schools are completely indoctrinating an entire new generation of children towards Marxist propaganda. But at the same time, Republicans passed a law, I want to say it was Tennessee, I could be wrong, to ban transgender children from competing in sports associated with the gender that they were attempting to select, as opposed to the sex assigned at birth. And there was not a single person in the state that was competing. It literally had no impact other than a Pyrrhic victory, which I think can be important for conservatives in some regard, because they love to use the state to enforce these things instead of just getting rid of the tax dollars. And so, we can talk about that's the problem, is that over and over and over and over, social media and media champion a cause, both sides of the spectrum consume this content and negative engagement, and then think that the problem or the things specifically that they're talking about are much, much larger than they are. And that has real world effects, not necessarily like the reality being misplaced, but their belief in the reality being misplaced. If everyone in America realized that it was 20 or 30 Black people that were killed by cops, right, in those situations, I'm willing to bet millions and millions and millions of property damage and towns being burned down to the ground probably wouldn't have happened. That's just one real world effect of that misinformation.
I would disagree with that for other reasons, but that's just literally separate conversation. Aiko, I'll give you a final word on this.
Yeah, the reason I asked that question, I know it's been a long time, but right in the middle of that question, the conversation went in a different direction. But the reason I brought it up was because I'm really concerned about the main issue here, which is Doobie's boner. because
As always.
but this is interesting because he said that he needed these images of women like that were touched up in order to maintain his boner, which sort of gets me to the problem that starts all of this in the first place, because there have been a lot of studies lately on something called porn-induced erectile dysfunction, and that is
Wow, I was just writing that in chat.
that these increased instances of like more fantastical and more like perfect images representing women online as opposed to the real women online have multiple effects. One of them is that you're less satisfied with the real women that you come in contact with, and a lot of people think that might have something to do with our decreased fertility in society, but also because that even the images that like were enough for you online suddenly aren't, as your internal sort of mental standard goes up and up and up. So I think Doobie was sort of unintentionally explaining to us that he himself, just like a drug addict who needs to get like higher and higher dosages from their drugs and purer cuts of whatever drug it is that they take, he needs to have those filters like perform better and better and better to maintain his like endangered boner.
Yeah, true.
Sure, I'm always looking for.
You always like.
You're an addict, Doobie. An addict.
Was that your point, Doobie, that you're less of a man, or what was...
What were you looking for?
That's not what he said. But
Well,
no,
he's
I think
he's a
Aiko
frog.
it's a more beauty. I think Aiko is living out the extremely important issue of DGS when it comes to men and their porn addictions. And luckily, I don't have a porn addiction. I don't watch porn, but I used to
That
have a
doesn't
porn
mean you
addiction. I
don't
wouldn't
deal
call
with
it an addiction.
erectile dysfunction.
It's
porn,
an
right?
Instagram addiction, whatever it is, that you need.
/ workplace?
No, I don't. Look, you guys.
Workplace hottie
This is the
addiction.
issue. You guys lack like basic human empathy. Okay, so what I said is I'm not one of these people who likes Instagram. But if I were, this is how I'd feel. All right.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm taking myself, placing
No,
myself into the shoes of
Instagram
a
isn't
person
real
who's
enough.
addicted
You
to
need them in the
Instagram.
workplace. Of course, you don't like Instagram. You got them in
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
workplace.
Okay, why would I want a bunch of ugly people walking around the fucking workplace?
So you admit
It just makes it
admit that you only play devil's advocate to trigger people, and that's not actually your
No,
opinion.
you don't pay. You just don't listen
And then-
to anything I say, right? So early when I said, "Hey, why are you?"
I
guys trying to
wish
make
I
the world
didn't
look
listen to
beautiful?
anything you say, because I'd
if
be a lot
I'm a
healthier
young
and happier.
if I were a young man who liked Instagram, I'd want to go on there to look for some escapism, to try to find some beauty in the world. I don't want to see a bunch of ugly people on there. That's I don't understand.
He definitely talked about escapism in the first place, and like that's what it was for. That's like how he started off this conversation. Okay, so we're gonna move on, right? Lactoid though, before we do, I don't know how you hacked into my brain, because literally last night I was thinking about Gordon Ramsay and the difference between his shows, because Kitchen Nightmares was amazing. The British version, I've seen almost every episode of Kitchen Nightmares, and like if I was gonna start a restaurant, I would or someone else is going to, I would say watch this. Right, watch every episode of this, because there's a guy, Gordon Ramsay, who knows the restaurant business and is giving you fantastic advice as to how to improve a restaurant. If things are failing, these are off the track, how to get it back on. Right, it was so educational, and then and that lasted for a few seasons. And then when American Kitchen Nightmares started off, I was super excited to get more of it, right? But then it was just the drama between the family that owns the restaurant, right? Find us a father and then a failed son who's gonna inherit the restaurant, and then the script writes itself from there.
No, yeah, 100%. And I know what you're saying. The advice and the demeanor and everything from the British version is just better.
It's so much better.
And then you get to the American version, and you have the dim lighting, the dramatic music, dun dun dun.
Yeah.
And it's and then it's a zoom in on the food. And oh my god. So yeah, and every single one follows in the exact same kind of script where they have too many items on their menu, and the owner's a dick. Then the owner decides to not be so much of a dick, and they cut down their menu and they raise their prices. They're better now. And then of course 80% of them fail after the show's over. Something ridiculous like that. No, I think that's one of the tragedies of focusing on conflict over substance. because it truly is just like it's easy entertainment, and I think it leads
At
to
some
that.
point, I'd like to like discuss like why is that the case, right? Because you touched on it, there is a difference, but I'm not exactly
Wait.
sure why there's a difference. Is it like a media created difference, or is it like something about America's is different? You know, like it's
I think it's
both.
interesting.
just people. They want to watch that more. It's more exciting.
I
But
don't know.
why? But why are Americans so like?
I don't think it's
Fucking-
Americans.
It's
It's-
more. It's Americans more than other people.
Yeah, or it could also be, and we got to move on. But like it could also be that like it wasn't like while the show was successful in the UK, it wasn't like the biggest thing, right? And like if it had been the drama, like the drama version in the UK, maybe it would have been more popular. Like I don't know, Like there's a lot of variables here, but I don't know. But still, that was thanks for bringing that up. I literally was thinking about that last night. All right, so we'll move on to a topic. And guys, if you've been enjoying this content so far, oh my God, Chinchilla, my mod. Oh my God. I just saw your highlighted comment, Chinchilla. Anyway, if you've been enjoying this content, be so kind, hit the follow button first if you're new here. This was like a fun, free discussion here. We're gonna go into a prepared topic now, but hit that follow button and consider supporting the channel by subbing to the channel, gifting bits, or gifting subs to the community. It does a lot, helps a lot, allows me to continue doing this. So if you want to see more of this content, we do need your help. Consider subs to the channel, gifting bits, or gifting subs, or using your Amazon Prime gaming here on this channel to help us out. And consider continue your sub, of course. We love our people who resub. So if you're out there, you can resub to the channel. Please do that as well. Okay, so I'm gonna go on to our next topic here. All right. Both the Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank have collapsed. These banks service tech startups and cryptocurrency organizations respectively. Previously, there was government stress tests and regulations that would have applied to these banks that might have provided forewarning that there was a problem. But those regulations were lifted by the Trump administration. Why do you think these banks failed? This is an example of where government regulations could be helpful. And should the depositors be bailed out, as is currently the plan? Should our response be different than it was in the 2008 financial crisis? So yeah, this is huge, like the biggest news story by far that's happening, and it should that this bank has failed the second of the SVB, being the second largest bank to have failed previously. Was it Washington Mutual that was the first largest bank? No one's just said
Yeah,
it. But I think
Washington
it was.
Mutual, when it was absorbed by J.P. Morgan Chase, was the largest in 100 years. This is the second largest in 100 years.
Thank you.
Number 16 currently, but yeah.
Yeah, number 16, like overall in terms of banks. Yeah. So this failure, like people were concerned of a financial contagion, cascading problem across the economy. Quick action was taken, and it's interesting to see the difference in the response between what happened in 2008 and what's happening right now in real time. So I want to like explore that. We've got different people here who have different ideas on like what these things should look like. So yeah, let's start off our friend Lactoid. Oh, and before that, hey, Pep, we can like still hear. Could you consider like muting your mic
Oh,
so
yeah,
we can
sorry.
not? Yeah, no problem. Lactoid.
Yeah. So I wrote down some points here. The first thing is, and the article admits this, there's no guarantee that keeping the expansion of Dodd-Frank over institutions between 50 and 250 billion would have actually prevented what happened to those banks. COVID handout policies and the inflationary period that both happened after 2018. So we can't know what effect that would have had and whether or not they still would have gone bankrupt, especially considering the things they were invested in. Two, there was there currently, my understanding, is 9 large institutional investors that are still under the requirements of Dodd-Frank. And whenever you invest in a startup bank or smaller industries, that obviously carries more risk with more potential for upside. Even in 2018, when they were considering altering Dodd-Frank, There were Obama-appointed Democrats, prior Obama-appointed Democrats, that were saying the regulation on banks between 50 and 250 was stifling and it was unnecessary. In fact, the repeal could have led to those banks existing to the extent they are now, or I guess were now, and providing the returns that they were able to. And then I guess finally, I think this is the main point. I think bailouts are quite literally the problem. The whole point of capitalism, and the whole point with getting the upside of your capital with an investment, is the risk. That's why capitalists are supposed to make profits, right? They eat that risk, so they should get the profit that comes with that risk. When you invest in any institution, you risk that money. The fact that people expect the government to cover your losses leads to the risky behavior in the first place, right? We hear, socialism when you lose money, capitalism when you gain money. Well, no, we want capitalism when you gain or lose money. And also the FDIC currently already covers $250,000 of invested money from like working class people. Bailouts are just quite literally handouts to unsuccessful capitalists. They have no place. If you want risky behavior to stop, you make people who engage in risky behavior actually realize the financial risk and lose money.
Scott?
So, first, yes to everything Lactoid said. I wanna. This is really gonna black pill you guys, but what you are seeing is just one of many instances that'll whisper and go away as the dollar collapses. Right, the dollar is a completely and utterly fucking done. I mean, we are hundreds of trillions of dollars in debt. Now, granted, the government's only 32 trillion, in debt, but once you add in, Medicare and Medicaid and student loans and so many other things, and then you recognize that like the Saudis, very well may be, especially when we look at the Arabia-Iran deal, very well may be moving over to selling their oil in yuan. It's in free fall. But about this bank, right? The idea that the Trump regulations, or the curtailing of those in 2018 would have changed anything is literally just political cope from people that don't want to admit that we live in a fascist economy and that the banks own our fucking government. And if you think that that's crazy or outlandish, look at what's fucking happening, right? From their own 10K form. Like, yes, they managed $230 billion in assets. They would have gotten additional regulations at $250 billion in assets. And so they're saying, well, those regulations would have stopped it. Yeah, they would have moved from 2.5% to 3% ratio, and then they would have had to do like additional checks that they were already doing themselves, and ratios that they were way above. Okay, the fact of the matter is that the real problem is that people that go to MIT and make 4.0s go into banking. And dumbasses go into regulating those bankers. Okay? Like the real money is in these individuals that have purchased our fucking government. The fact of the matter is that we consider cash equivalents the same as cash, and they were over leveraged in T-bills or treasury bonds, right? But especially in mortgage-backed securities. Oh, I don't know. Does that ring a fucking bell for anybody? 90% of the accounts that these individuals maintained were over the $250,000 threshold, right? This was an investment bank for tech and for large companies that carried with it a lot of risk because of those types, and they were hoping that Jerome Powell and the Fed would like lower interest rates again, as opposed to keep hiking them, and then they wouldn't have any fucking problems. Credit Suite hit an all-time high today on their default swaps, an all-time high, almost double what it was in 2009 on credit default swaps. Like, what you are watching is a collapse, and what is going to happen is exactly what did happen. Biden comes out and gives a 4-minute and 28-second speech, and he walks off the stage like an old man going to the bathroom at fucking Denny's instead of actually maintaining some fucking control and figuring out what's going on. And what they're going to do is that we're not going to bail them out this time. See, we didn't bail them out. We just bailed out all of the people that invested. Oh, we're probably not going to investigate anybody for fraud, despite the fact that the CEO sold $3.6 million in shares in mid-February. He's going to walk away rich. Everyone's getting what they want, except for the fact that the fucking bank term funding program created by the Fed means money printer go burr, and it means more inflation. And everyone's going to pretend like, oh, we didn't bail them out. It wasn't a tax bailout. Everything's fine. And you're going to wonder why eggs are $30 a fucking carton. I have so much more to say about this. I'm like, this shit infuriates me.
I bet you do. I was hoping you did. Gambit.
Yeah, this topic is a lot. It's gonna be good. Not only did the CEO sell lots of shares, but there were other controlling members too who sold and made a lot of money recently. I'm indifferent on this topic. So I don't like the idea of bailouts. And the way that they're getting by the term bailout is they're saying that they're using funds that were already allocated in an emergency budget to deal with these type of situations. And in the day is taxpayer dollars, so it's still a bailout to me. But that's the technical hurdles that they're going through to not call it a bailout. But one part of it that's a bit uneasy to me is that I don't think, when I've looked into certain things, and I could be horribly wrong about this, and definitely any of y'all correct me on this, but I don't think there's anything particular about this bank that was horribly different than how other banks could be. And when y'all talk about the Trump policy, I'm not sure if that's the unrealized losses portion of not having to report, or if that's something else. I didn't look up to see what exact specific portion was related to Trump, but basically they had unrealized losses, which they don't have to report until they become realized, which that didn't happen until they had to sell positions in order to cover the withdrawals. But the problem is, I think any bank could deal with this, right? If a lot of people start to withdraw for whatever reason, I think the likelihood that you're going to be able to cover and sell positions as interest rates are rising is incredibly low. So I don't know if there are particularly bad things like them not rehiring a chief risk officer. There's a lot of things that are definitely fishy. Them selling the stock is also one. But I don't know if there are specifically hardcore like lunacy or malicious things that were happening that make this different. And that's the part of where maybe protecting the interests of the depositors might be okay. But I'm willing to be swayed on this. But yeah, I want to hear more of your thoughts on it too, and we'll talk more. No.
Yeah. There's a lot of we need to talk about there. Let's go to Aiko.
I feel like there's going to be a lot of fact checking on this panel, just because this is an area that we probably all have some gaps in our knowledge on. But a couple of things I just wanted to address just from what I've heard so far. One is Gambit. It doesn't come from prepaid tax dollars either. It comes from premiums that are paid by the banks themselves. So banks and savings and loans pay a premium. It's an insurance premium. FDIC is literally insurance. And
we're not talking about FDIC. No. The FDIC and the $250K that they get back, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the above that.
No. I know. I listened to the same press conference you did. What Biden was announcing was that FDIC. Okay. FDIC is what's paying for this, so it's not a tax. It's not coming from general federal revenues. It's not coming from Congress. It's not coming from tax dollars. It's coming from the FDIC deposits, which are the premiums that were paid for. In fact, SVB is not largely covered. This is something I heard from Lactoid. It's actually not FDIC covered, so it's not about the 250,000. 97% of SVB is not FDIC insured, so they had to make an exception and cover all this stuff.
We're talking open. I'm sorry. I don't mean to
okay. And the last thing, the last thing I want to address on that is that I think it was Lactoid that said that it's a bailout for the investors, but it's not. Investors are not being bailed out. The only people who are being bailed out are the depositors. So people who did business at that bank and deposited money at that bank, they'll be taken care of. But the investors in the bank themselves are going to be left to hang. And when Biden, at his press conference, when he was justifying that today, he said, "Hey, that's how capitalism works. You take a risk, and now you're gonna lose your shirt because you took the wrong kind of risk. We're not going to bail those people out. We're just going to bail out the depositors, and we're just trying to stop the contagion from spreading to other banks."
I'm looking at Scott ready to fucking explode. Don't worry, Lactoid, I see you.
Yeah,
too.
I want to respond to that.
It's opening
Yeah.
statements.
Yeah.
I'm fucking livid. I'm being quiet.
Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be an explosive panel, I'm sure. Let's go to
Yeah.
our friend DB.
I think I actually mostly agree with Lactoid on this.
Oh fuck. All right. Yeah. There's.
So I mean,
anything
I'm
else?
not.
DB, sorry, you cut off.
No, I don't have anything else to add. I think they
Okay. All right. Go
I'm
ahead.
just right. There you go.
Let's go to our friend Pep then.
I thought that I was gonna be more on the side of
Muted.
like.
Oh, she's still muted.
Quiet.
Thank you. I don't usually use push to talk, so I'll probably forget more. I thought I was gonna be more on the side of the removed regulations being the cause of this, but the more I looked into it, the more I feel like I still think it's really shit that those were removed. But I also don't think that they would have. I think they could have. They maybe would have like added some small percentage chance of avoiding this, but I don't think that it would have really. I don't think it would have for sure guaranteed that this wouldn't happen. I think that the interest rates going up as rapidly as they did when they had a bunch of 10-year loans in there was like, it's just killer for basically that. I think they fucked up, but I don't know that they necessarily fucked up because of something that would be changed by the regulations.
I'll put in my 2 cents here and then jump in. I think, well, I've been swayed to think that these particular regulations that people were talking about, yeah, they may not have saved this particular. What?
I ask you to just clarify which regulation we're talking about. Are we talking about not having to report unrealized losses or something?
No,
different?
the ones that Trump got rid of. It was like in 2018, I believe.
We're talking about moving the designation for Category 3 banks from $50 billion in managed assets to $250 billion.
Yeah, so SVB wouldn't be covered. So I don't know. It's not clear. I don't think anyone knows exactly whether that would have helped or not. So I can't say for sure. I think that what this shows that though, and this is where we'll have our disagreements, is that more oversight was actually needed. That the government should have had more insight into their books. That we should have understood, because SVB was a and to answer your question, Gambit, from previously, SVB is a derivation is not the word I'm looking for, but like it's not the same as all the other banks. Like in terms of its loan to deposits, right? It was extremely unhealthy, but it was just kind of allowed to be that way. Why not? Why wasn't it on the troubled banks list? Right? It should have been there clearly, right? But it wasn't. I think we should have had more oversight. I think that the Dodd-Frank wasn't enough to start with, and then Dodd-Frank was weakened by Trump, and then by Frank himself. Barney Frank apparently was on the board of Signature Bank, the other bank that fell, and was lobbying to weaken his own legislation. It's incredible. It's wonderful, right? So I think that I don't want to get bogged down too much in specific regulation, right? But just overall, like the concept of like managing these banks, which are critical infrastructure, and like what does that mean, and is it actually necessary? So go ahead.
Can I respond to? I want to respond to Aiko, and then actually my response will also be a response to that. Right? If I didn't use my terms correctly, I apologize. It could be entirely my fault. When I look at so banks make they can make money off 2 ways, right? You can invest in the shares of the bank, right? But you could also, when you deposit money into a bank, they don't, there's certain cash holding requirements they have, but most of that they're going to take and they're going to invest it to try to make more money.
Exactly.
Now, the FDIC has insurance up to, federal insurance up to $250,000. Any money you put in after that, in my mind, is a investment in the bank, right? It is a unprotected investment. You are putting money in, And that bank is like, you are trusting that bank is going to go use it efficiently and, you know, provide you rates. When you go into banks with a whole fuck ton of money, they don't just, you know, the clerk doesn't just make you an account. Like, they go sit you down with other people because they realize, well, this person's going to make a substantial deposit. We want that money. We can make a deal with this guy. We can give different investment vehicles, different like options and different accounts that they have. You know, there's all of that plays here. So when I'm saying investment, I'm saying even people who make deposits, I would consider to be investors in that sense.
Yeah, I understood that too. That's what I was going to say.
Exactly. And this is, I guess, to your point, Prime, this was a venture capital bank. Venture firms are known, like, they are supposed to be volatile. They are like, this was a tech-oriented like investment bank. It is aimed at trying to, you know, help tech startups. Tech startups, the most solid of blue chip stocks, as we all are aware, and it's putting a whole fuck ton of money on this. And once the tech industry suffers, yes, when you invest in a bank that deals with a risky industry, sure, you might get a fuck ton of gain if it goes well, but if it doesn't go well, you might lose your investment. And people who have over $250,000 invested, they are like wealthy people. These are rich people who have over $250,000 invested in this bank. These are capitalists.
No. Tech startups are risky investments, right? But like, your deposits should not be risky investments.
Over 250, they are.
Well, I mean, first of all, like, I'm glad that you're for government regulations, right? That we should have the FDIC in the first place.
I never said that.
Hold on. Okay, so is that a good thing or a bad thing that those things they were insured?
He's saying that.
No. You can say it. Like,
right. So I am against the FDIC. I am against like federally mandating that banks insure this money, or, you know, the feds insure the money. That being said, like, given the reality that we live in, where it is the case, like, the people who stand to lose money are the rich capitalists. Right now, if we didn't have FDIC, it would be the rich capitalists and the poor working class who put money into this risky venture capital bank. I think they deserve to lose their money too, honestly, but they're not going to.
So, and this is where I disagree. I feel like that the depositors, well, one, I think some of the depositors are stupid. Roku apparently had $475 million in one checking account. You know, did you hear that? Like,
they deserve to go under if they're that stupid.
I hear that
as well.
Stupid capitalists should fail. Right?
And
that ensures the smart economy.
They should have diversified where they put their money, right? I agree with you on all that, right? But like, I don't want the average rank and file worker at a venture capitalist who doesn't even fucking know where the money is located, right? Like, who had no part in this, right? To be out of a job. Like, I don't think, like, if we're gonna have government intervention, right? And we will have government intervention. Particular reality, right? Like you said, if we're gonna have government intervention, it should be to protect those types of jobs. That's actually should be the fucking point. Is to make sure those people.
When you say job, can you qualify?
I think he meant money, right?
I think you meant money, but you keep saying job.
No. I'm saying jobs. No. So because if these depositors, right, let's say they lost all their money, just pretend, right? They lost all their money. Well, then a lot of these businesses would go out of business, and then people lost their jobs. So I want to protect the jobs.
Companies shouldn't be allowed to fail, is what you're saying now?
Yeah.
You're expanding further.
That is what you're saying, kind of.
No. Again, I said it in the beginning. Tech startups are volatile, and that's the way that should be, right? Like, it's a startup, that is. But like, this isn't a startup, right? This isn't the fall of the startups. This is a bank, right? This is a bank that has failed, right? Like the fault here isn't on the tech startup, and like, you understand?
Hold on.
It's hard to say that it's not.
I think this is where you lose us, because it is the fault of the bank, right? Because when you're investing in a risky asset, in the same way, look, if I put all my money in a risky tech startup and lost all my money, you guys would say, well, you stood to gain a whole bunch if it did well, but you lose, right? You lose when you lose. If a bank does it, why don't we have that exact same mentality towards them?
No, the bank. No, I am not a defender of the banks, right? Like, I think they should be investigated for fraud. I think that people should go to jail. We should make a fucking example out of these people. And you know what? We should go back to the 2008 financial crisis and get those people too, right? I've said that many times. So let's be very clear. I'm not a defender of the fucking bank, right?
I'm not saying you are.
Yeah,
But he's talking
I'm
about
just saying
the
that
venture capitalists that
depositors.
they're defending. No,
they're
he's
just
talking-
depositors. They're
So,
just
and Prime,
depositors.
one last point,
let
and then
me-
one last point, and then I'll let somebody else go. So, and this is going to go towards, I guess, the FDIC point as well. The FDIC, what it is federal insurance. Now, there is an insurance industry, right? Your home. If you lose your house, there is a private company that will reimburse you for the house. Same thing with your car, right? There are insurance companies like are literally set up to deal with catastrophe. That's why insurance exists in the first place. I don't understand why you couldn't have a bank say, look, we have an insurance company. We are insured up to this amount for your investments. Come invest with us. That's why I'm against FDIC. That's why first I'm against FDIC. But in this case, like what the depositors were told is you get up to 250 because that's what FDIC is. Why are we protecting them more than that when the depositors knowingly as adults risked their money in a bank aimed at tech startups?
I can give you that much, right? And then we'll go to Scott, right? Like I can give you that much, and that like we should follow literally just basic FDIC practices because there's two ways the FDIC protects, right? One is to like up to $250,000, right? Like as we've said, but also the second way, and I looked this up. They took me like 2 seconds of googling to find out. On the FDIC website, what they do is, and when a bank fails, they liquidate the bank. Completely,
That's
and then
what
they
they're doing
sell
now.
its assets. Yeah, and then like they use that to cover the losses. So
Sure.
in this case,
So they're going to
like,
be more money then.
no. So like what I've heard, and I don't know this part I don't know for sure, was that like if they had done it, and in fact they're still doing it right now. Like the auction
Yes,
for the
they
bank
are.
is like happening right this second. If they had done so, then like most depositors would get like 90% of their money. So not like all of it. So there would be like a haircut, right? So I would agree though that we should have gone through the normal process.
No,
Instead
that
of
is
everything,
happening.
right?
To be clear, we are going through that process.
We aren't going through the normal process. We're
So
going
why
through
come,
extraordinary
like-
process.
So why cover all the deposits if like the wealthy people are going to get 90% of their
Okay,
deposit back?
We are liquidating the bank, but we're going to cover 100%. And it's like it's a different process that they're doing.
No. Hold on, wait.
So let me-
All I'm saying is that the process that you laid out, Prime, is being followed. In
Yeah, they are
addition,
liquidating.
after that is where they're going to cover more of the losses from the depositors. But
Okay,
they are
okay.
going through the process of liquidating the bank, selling the assets to reimburse as many people as possible. Then from there to whatever the amount the depositors are losing is what I don't want to say legislation, but policy is going to protect.
Okay, so first of all, there already is a market for protecting your books, right? It's called a default swap, credit default swap, right? Like that's already a thing. Like these people were over leveraged in risk and like made bad bets, and that's why they need to fail. Right? So like with a default swap, it's kind of like, all right, so Prime, you have an electric bill, right? And your electric bill probably changes from month to month, I'm assuming, correct?
Yeah, sure.
Right. So like let's say your electric bill is basically always $90. But every now and then it's more than $100. And you have it set to auto pay and you have $100 in your account, right? So kind of like what the banks do with these default swaps, it's similar. It's not a one-to-one thing, but it's really complicated. And I don't want to get into like grad school level fucking finance, right?
Sure.
But basically kind of what you do is that if your electric bill comes on auto pay and you don't have the money in your account, you're going to be fucked, right? So what you do is you go to your boy and you're like, hey, can I borrow $100? I'll give it back to you in 1 day. Like I'm going to give you back this in 1 day. I just need $100 to make sure I have enough in my account, right? The electric bill hits, it's $95. You give him back his $100 and like $1. Let's say your electric bill hits and it's $110. Then you're like, bro, here's your $80 and I'll get you the rest plus like $20 more, when I get paid on payday, right? And the idea is that like you need that money on your books when the bills come due, because if you don't, your power is getting cut off, you have late fees, you have reconnect fees, you have all of this crazy, horrible shit that happens, right? So there's already like mechanisms in the market for this type of shit. What you have is a risky bank that is buying a bunch of bullshit that it can't afford, putting out long-term loans, and then as the interest rates get hiked, they're fucked, and they didn't do anything to fix this problem. You know why they didn't do anything to fix this problem? Because none of you are black-pilled enough to realize that this entire thing is a fucking house of cards. The US dollar is too. That's why the government needs to step in to stop a depression from occurring. One of the guys that's an executive board at SVB, he just happened to be the chief financial officer of Lehman Brothers when it collapsed. The CEO of SVB also happens to be on the board until Friday of San Francisco Federal Reserve. Like this is a game, and you guys are like, the right regulations and the government. You guys don't understand that the people that write these regulations cannot fucking compete with these people. It is the smartest creme de la creme of individuals that go into finance and banking. That's why we have people that are math geniuses become fucking quants, and they sit in New Jersey with landline internet at the New York Stock Exchange writing fucking algorithms that come in to make more money before you can even physically buy shit. It's nepotism. You can't even do certain trades unless you're managing like $30 billion. Like the whole fucking system is rigged. And when you say, well, we need to step in because of the fraud that was occurring, and we need to insure these people that invested in that. No, you need to hit all of the people that engaged in fraud and get them to try and cover some of the assets. And if you lose some of your money, tough fucking luck, because money does not disappear when a bank collapses. What money does is it goes to places where people invested more properly. That's the market at work. But when you step in to protect the US dollar and to protect runs on the banks, because we have this bullshit fractional reserve banking system that is destroying wealth and keeps the poor poor, when you step in to fix that, what you actually do is you go to the corrupt people that are smarter than the regulators and you say, you're too big to fail, and what you can do is commit fraud, walk away with millions after Lehman Brothers, and then do it again on SVB, and we'll protect the economy and we'll protect people, which just means people do dumber fucking shit with money. Like, you're causing more collapses and more problems and limiting the market's ability to actually self-correct.
No. Jish, you want to go first before I respond to
Yeah, I disagree with a lot of this, that it's somehow, I mean, maybe you want to just call banking in general nefarious. I won't really engage with that. But the idea of the bank taking their deposits and some of their investments on top of that and trying to, do mortgage-backed securities or whatever to get a certain percentage on top so that the bank grows. These things are regular banking practices. And I understand your thing about default swaps, but the thing is if they have to sell off assets to cover while interest rates are historically rising, which is kind of unable to account for, I agree with you that people are going to fail and banks are going to fail. I don't think anything about that is nefarious, though. Like the real crux of this is, if there isn't a panic, this bank doesn't fail, right? The reason why this bank failed is totally because a lot of people went there and said, hey, I want my deposit back. And there's no way to cover that. And given the amount of time they had to cover it with the unrealized losses that they had on the book. So anyone in this situation would fail. And you can say that maybe there are different banks set up with different ideologies so that they aren't in this same risk class. But all of the banks in this risk class would fall victim to this that happened at SVB. And that's why it's hard for me to choose a hard stance on.
You're talking about Signature Bank, right?
Yeah. Well,
no,
I'm not sure what that term specifically means. I'm talking about SVB.
Well, Signature Bank is the one that failed because of the $10 billion pullout and withdrawals because of essentially contagion, right? This is what happens when a bank fails. People invest in Bitcoin and commodities and shit.
No, but this is specifically what happened with SVB too, right? So they had $15 billion in unrealized losses. That got reported in a press conference, but it also was reported, I think, in their earnings report as a comment or something. And then people started to ask questions about that. And then that's when people started to say, hey, maybe you should take your money out. And then that started the social contagion.
And then $42 billion left to $170 billion.
This doesn't make sense. We're pretending the Fed is a magician, right? That just came in and waved a magic wand of unpredictability to say interest rates are going up now. Anybody with half a fucking brain that works in finance can look at the COVID lockdowns, right? And can go
and know that inflation is
and we
gonna
can
happen.
look at
Yeah,
quantitative easing from like '09. They can look at the fact that the Fed needs to do quantitative tightening, right? They can look at the fact that like QE isn't even like a thing. They can look at the M1 money supply and they can know that unless we want hyperinflation, obviously the fucking Fed was going to need to increase interest rates. It's the improper allocation of resources that caused them to make dumb financial risks in their practices and what they purchase instead of having more cash assets to be able to deal with these things.
I want to make sure you understand where I'm disagreeing with you, because I think in most of the things you just said, I absolutely agree. What I'm saying that is in the institution of banking where SVB and their like peers live, rapidly rising interest rates along with a social contagion will tank any of them. So I agree with your point that we have to understand that this is a house of cards, and I'm trying to like reinforce that. But given that, it's hard for me to call this like maliciousness. I think this is just how this tier of banks operate. And if there's ever a social contagion on top of a pandemic that's going to cause inflation due to whatever circumstances, all banks that belong in that demographic will fail.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on, wait. But in any other scenario, that unrealized losses wouldn't cause a social contagion that causes a massive amount of withdrawals that causes the bank to fail. So that's what I'm saying. Like on a typical day, this doesn't happen. But go ahead.
Let me ask you a question, right? Let's say you're a restaurant, right? And you have two locations you can build a restaurant, right? One's in a nice neighborhood and one's in a neighborhood with a really, really bad crime rate, right? What you're saying is if you were going to build a restaurant, right, let's say in a really, really bad neighborhood, do you think you might preemptively recognize that you're in a bad neighborhood and that you would get insurance and you would make sure that like if something happened at your restaurant that like you had the funds to be able to deal with that situation?
For sure.
Well, now recognize that people that are involved in banking and involved in a business that is full of fucking fraud, and they had plenty of evidence to recognize all of the fucking problems, have plenty of evidence to recognize that all of the things that caused the 2009 financial collapse, with the exception of like a current bubble, like the same practices are being done again under different names. They're just called tranches now, right? If you're in that fucking business, it behooves you to recognize that that's a potential risk.
Yeah, I don't think the way that mortgage-backed securities are happening now and in 2008 are the same. But I don't want to go into that. But what I will say is, if you're if you do want to build your business and you come to find out that all the places in those good neighborhoods are taken, you might then build your business in this less than optimal neighborhood, but solely due to that being the nature of like what's happening, not due to your own.
That's
like,
why you don't. But that's why you don't
so
buy like $4 billion in 1% T-bills. Like it's insane.
All I'm saying is that there are different type of banks to support different types of scenarios. So it's unrealistic to say all banks should operate as Bank X. Like that's not realistic. They're all going to have certain markets that they're going to try to capture and go after. Now, in that, I kind of agree with a lot of what you and Lactor said. If people fail, let them fail. I'm just when you get into the nefarious talk, I don't know how much of this is actually nefarious, and I would think that we should suggest that things aren't nefarious until we can find reasons to believe that. Now, pointing out that the CEO, I think the CFO and another
32%, the CEO,
sold a ton of not those type of things are like corroborating evidence that there might be malintended play, and they were previously a part of certain endeavors as well. But just demonizing the practice of like banking and stuff gets a little bit weird. But yeah,
I mean, I don't know that you're equipped. Anybody here is like equipped to talk about like just the system of fractional reserve, which we don't even have any, is nefarious in and of itself. Like the entire economic system since 1913 is a fucking problem.
So I think part of the issue here, and this difference between myself, Scott, Lactoid, Doobie, if you agree with Lactoid, then is that like I think the purpose of the government is to serve the people. is to protect ordinary citizens from the ravages of, well, fucking whatever. And this is one of those things. So I am on the side of depositors. I think that depositors can do stupid things and still we deserve to be protected, right? Now, in this case especially, like, maybe like not everything, right? Not everything they put in maybe should be protected, right? Maybe Roku for putting like almost $500 million into a single checking account, right? Yeah, maybe they take a haircut on that. Whatever, right? Like that.
Wait, I want to ask you a question. On
it's hold on, and you can ask
after
me.
you finish. Yeah.
Sure. But like the purpose is to protect people, in my opinion. And so when these depositors have businesses, right, where all these people's job livelihoods are tied to them, well, yeah, I want to make sure that these people get their money. So that they can keep those jobs running, right? And then they can keep creating economic activity. Just as I believe in the 2008 financial crisis that depositors and like the people who were the ordinary people who took out mortgages, right? They should have been protected. That they should have gotten the government largesse rather than the investor. That was the purpose of the government. And we failed them miserably now. Now, like, this isn't the same group of people. Sure, I get it.
I mean,
right? And
one of them technically is Joseph Gentile.
Yeah, I don't, and I don't necessarily like these individuals, right? But still, in principle, like, if we're protecting the people, being people's jobs, right? Then I don't think the moral hazard lands on them. The moral hazard of the bank itself. The bank is where we drop the ball here, and the bank should suffer, and the investors there should suffer. And the CEOs in the C-suite should be investigated, especially after their sell-off of their stock, right? Like a few weeks before all this happened. That should definitely be the case. But I'm not. But when we're talking about depositors, that's a different thing. And also, to be clear, I want, again, because it's a different ideology, we should have fucking public banks. Public banks that don't have all these weaknesses, that aren't subject. Well, I shouldn't say
but
subject.
They got to invest in something.
Sorry.
Regardless of it being a public or a private bank, they're going to have to do some sort of investment vehicle with the money that they receive.
I agree. I would have a safer investment in that being a public bank. Right?
They could invest in the government.
That's
right?
the problem. The problem is that we don't have fucking private banks. The problem is that we do have banks that are too big to fail. The problem is that large portions of it are fucking insured. The problem is that we have massive regulations on the banks instead of allowing fucking, and then when a bank, massive regulations written by the people that work in the industry themselves that pull one over the wolves on the eyes of stupid fucking politicians. If you're a left winger, right, and you think, just imagine people like Trump and Republicans being able to control what people with perfect fucking GPAs at MIT are doing in finance. And if you're a right winger, just imagine the squad being able to figure out what is or isn't or shouldn't be done in terms of finance regulation. None of these people are in any way, shape, or form equipped to deal with it. They take their they give out their fucking talking points, like Bernie Sanders screaming about the 2018 bill, but doesn't have a goddamn thing to say about it during the entire fucking Biden presidency so far. Like, it is a rigged fucking game, and it already is a public game. And what you're saying is we need less. We need. These people gambled money in a small investment, well, not small, but in investments that didn't pan out, right? If someone committed fraud, right, then that fraud needs to be exposed, and those people that committed fraud need to be what goes towards the individuals that made that poor investment.
First of all, I don't like this jerking off of the financial industry. All the smartest people, and we just can't understand what happens in that realm. Well, one, we can some of those investments, those like risky investment vehicles were created specifically to be inscrutable, right? We could say, hey, you don't do those risky investments, right? Like that's not a thing that we allow. Maybe do something that isn't so prone to a contagious collapse, right? We could do something like that. But beyond that, right?
We literally can't.
When we were talking about
you're like waving a wand at something.
We're talking about politicians, right? Like, yes, obviously, most of Congress is not going to have the knowledge to regulate the banks. We get that, which is why we have regulators, right, to do such a thing. Now, I understand the realities of the American system, and that we have the revolving door there that these regulators are so often captured by the industries they're supposed to have oversight, and I would have a whole list of reforms to try to take care of that. But since that's a separate conversation, right? I'm trying to design a world where, one, we've already taken care of that, but also we have a government whose purpose and whose actions are to take care of the most vulnerable, right? And that would be depositors in this case. But that would be employees in this situation. So yeah, go ahead.
They can't be lost.
Yeah, I hate
Gambit,
some of this.
and then Lactoid.
I really hate to talk about regulators versus private industry versus the switching that happens. I really, really hate it.
Me too, buddy.
Become a person that
I hate the economic fascism as well.
No, that's not what I hate about it. To become a person that can understand how to regulate banks, you need to have some level of intellect in that domain. So the idea that somebody is gonna get really, really good in some role in banking and potentially become a legislator because of our regulator, because our legislator, because of the knowledge that they've obtained within that position is high. Those are the people that you would want to hire as regulators, are the people who perform the best and made it to the tops of their industry. And I hear the same thing in technology and every other place. The people who perform the best hopefully will transition into regulatory or legislative roles, and it will be that the guy who's the CEO of SVB, hopefully not SVB, but I'm just using this for an example, becomes some regulator because he was profound in the industry, he understands the nuances.
Fantastical, magical thinking. This is magical thinking. You have an industry. You have an industry. No. This is so silly.
I want you to answer a question. I'm letting you interrupt me. I'm letting you interrupt me, but I'm just wanting you to answer a question if you're going to interrupt me. Who is best to regulate an industry than the people that perform the best and consistently are at the top of said industry? You're not going to get a joke.
No, this is magical thinking. This is magical thinking. What you were talking about.
Don't give me an answer my question.
I will give you a fucking ANCAP story because it's the right ideology, and all of you that aren't ANCAPs are fucking stupid and wrong. But anyways, moving on. What you were talking about is magical thinking. You're talking about an industry that requires massive amounts of intellect, right? And requires you to want to look at regulations and laws and numbers and computer science and all of these different fields, right? For the sole purpose of making money. It's not like being a teacher where people get into teaching because there's some human benefit to it, right? Where there's oh, I became a teacher, I took a pay cut, but I really like working with kids. There's an incredibly rare autistic person that really likes working in finance for the passion of finance, right? It is the top performing intellectual people that understand this shit, and the incentives for massive amounts of money all go to the industry. Right, the regulators are not equipped unless you give them salaries of 1.5 million a year or something. Unless the taxpayers are now going to hawk up to make their salary competitive with the market that they're regulating, which I don't think. I don't know how many people are going to be excited about that. But no, this hope that, like, sure, every now and then you're going to get somebody that has a change of heart that goes into regulating, that is going to investigate in the FBI, white collar crime, or is going to be a regulator, that is looking at the relationships between the credit rating agencies and hedge funds, et cetera, et cetera. But like, overwhelmingly, these businesses have way more money and they have way more talent. And on top of that, we have a Federal Reserve where individuals are like, we have a pseudo public private partnership, also known as fascism, right? Where the people are, where like they're not even really working. The agency that's regulating them are the same fucking employees that are owning the fucking banks.
I understand the problems with all of that, but I don't think you answered my question. Like, I understand that it's a complicated question, but I do want you to...
No, it's not a complicated question. It's an irrelevant and silly one.
Hold on. I just want you to answer my question, and you can use your
Yes, people with knowledge would be better at regulating than people without knowledge.
So you agree with everything that I said?
No.
Okay, cool. No, if you agree with me, that's fine. Perfect.
No, literally, I don't.
Lactoid. But I'll say this just before. I would definitely pay $1.4 million salaries to regulators. If that was like the magic bullet that would solve the problem, like it would be a steal versus like the damage that our financial industry does. If we could properly regulate them by just paying people more, if that was just the thing to do, I would absolutely do it any fucking day.
You are advocating for more damage. You're not advocating for less.
Lactoid.
So I'm going to skip the conversation about the black pill. Everything's captured in public banks and insuring government or investing in public industries. Kind of coming back to like this situation. You said the reason why you wanted a public bank was, we want a bank for the people. My question for you again is, like, are you talking about people with over $250,000 in the bank, like, and all the investments over that?
The people and their yachts.
Right. We are like the people who stand, like the depositors who stand to lose anything here, are people with more than $250,000 in the bank. We're talking about like the wealthiest Americans.
Sure. Look, I'd maybe be willing to like.
Oh no.
No.
We're not lowering the FDIC amount. We should.
Oh no! I'm not doing that. Oh no! I'd maybe willing to have a conversation about individuals who had that amount of money at the bank, maybe, right? But what I'm talking about, what I understand, is the businesses. Businesses have their monies there, and I think that businesses should be more insured, right? Because of course they're going to have more money in the bank, so there should be more insured for the business. They're dealing in high value transactions, so yeah, like if we could protect those jobs, right? If it's still if this like resulted in like steel plants like going out of business, right? Like you could say, well, yeah, I guess they put their money in the bank or they didn't properly diversify. You could say that, sure, and I guess for those individual capitalists at the top of those organizations, yeah, that's true. But you know what? That guy, that CEO, he ain't gonna be poor. He's gonna walk away. He's gonna be fine. As business is in fucking ruins, right? Like, it's the individual workers who are going to be in trouble. So I would protect that business to make sure it's up and running, so it doesn't have the commensurate financial devastation within that community. Those people, because their breadwinner lost their livelihood. Fuck that.
Hold on. So
if you want to protect the elite class, it's fine.
Well, what GSU said before in response to this was, you want to make it so businesses can't go under. What you just said is, well, hold on. What you just said was, we need to protect these businesses. Yeah. Because, so what does that mean? We got to protect these businesses when we're talking about them not laying people off. Does it mean them not going under?
If they had made a bad financial
they did.
Which they did.
If they had sure. I'll go with this. Sure. If they made a bad financial themselves, right? Then yes. But like the banking industry, right, is supposed to be safe, right? Like this is where we tell people like put your money within a bank. Our system like relies on people interacting with the banking system, right? Like look at the marijuana industry that can't use banking, right? And look how the mess that is, right? We want people. All incentives within our society is to interact with the banking system, and so when the banks fail, right, to no fault of the depositors, then that's a problem. And
That's
the
why you agree the
depositors
amount should go up, right?
What? Sorry.
Okay.
That's why you agree the FDIC
Yeah,
amount
that's
should
like
go
you
up.
said. For
And
businesses,
I want to make this
businesses
more
that should
concrete
absolutely
to Lactoid, maybe,
go-
because
go-
I don't agree with Prime all the way on this point. But like, I've been involved with private companies where you get paid tons and tons of money for contracts. The idea that none of that money is going to be in accounts that are greater than 250K is wild. It's beyond belief that you could actually think that. So these people are going to have to interact with a system in which they're above the FDIC amount often.
exactly.
If not,
I get
always.
Okay, I get that, but there's a couple things you're missing here. So, first of all, they could insure the money over the $250,000, right?
Sure.
Private, like just like you insure if they build a factory worth $10 billion, they're going to have to buy private insurance to insure that entire building, and they can do that. And there's companies that offer that, and they should have to. If they're companies, they're capitalists. They should take a percentage of their profits and use that to pay for the insurance to protect their investment. That would make sense.
No
first
argument.
of all. And second, right? So there's no reason why the taxpayer should ever cover it. They should cover it. And then the second thing here, which I think is important as well, is, and this is actually a common trope that I'm seeing on Twitter of, it's through no fault of our own. Like fault. What is that? Like in a capitalist market, is it ever truly your fault if the market shifts and you go out of business? Was it U.S. Steel's fault that the Chinese started stamping out steel that was just cheaper? Or was there okay, the market has changed, this is more valuable than this now, and part of creative destruction is the less valuable industries don't keep up. Not like the vast majority of the time when you open a restaurant and you fail, it's not because you're quote unquote at fault. It's because the market is oversaturated. There's too many fucking restaurants and you can't compete, right? And if you put all your money in first of all, a risky bank, and you don't insure the money beyond what you have the $250,000 for, then you are also taking a risk. The whole idea is rewarding risk and punishing risk when it's realized. And for some reason, over and over and over again, with this industry in particular and a number of other ones, but this one the most, every time they fucking fail, we come back in and we pay the money to help the rich people.
So I'm gonna go to Aiko, but you've on one point I can agree with you. At least I think we can find common ground. You talked about having a private insurance. I didn't really consider that a private insurance for your deposits. Okay, right. I think maybe I could say.
How did you not consider that? That's what a default swap is.
Shut the fuck up, dude. I'm talking to
I
Lactoid.
explained it to you.
Holy
step by
shit.
step.
Shut the fuck up. I'm talking to Lactoid, right? Holy shit. What the fuck? I'm having a conversation here. So, no. That makes sense to me, right? If we have insurance for that, I can go through that far. I don't mind public investment to protect businesses. I don't. I don't have I'm not ideologically opposed to that. In certain circumstances, this would be one of those circumstances. But if you want to say that we just don't insure these, take this completely out of that market, right, and we just focus on retail investors, meaning ordinary people, I think I could deal with that. Good, Aiko.
Yeah, that was actually a perfect segue because I wanted to bring this conversation in this direction because we have an expert on the panel. We have Doobie, who knows a lot about the search industry, is in it at a deep enough level to where he might be able to understand how doable this is. Earlier in the panel, out of curiosity, I looked it up, how much money is in the Federal Deposit Insurance Fund, and it was a smaller amount than I expected. It's $128 billion. So that's not one could argue that no, only the government can do this because the amount of money required to be able to insure all the banks in the country don't aren't at risk. Only the government can come up with that. But it seems to me that the insurance industry could pretty easily come up with $128 billion to do something like this.
No problem. 120 billion for the whole country.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's a
that's
smaller
up to
amount.
250. No, it's up to 250,000. That's like
Right.
what that number is supposed to represent. It's like that's what the banks are supposed to put in.
That's
and
like
they cover
what
the
Credit
250,000.
Suisse
So
does.
you're actually like supposed to have more than that. But
Sure,
okay.
but if they could charge high enough premiums, like it would be worth it. They could charge the companies money to protect their assets, as they do with $10 billion factories, right? Amazon.
You know
when
why
built
they
these-
don't do it? Because we bail them out.
Right.
Like if you stop fucking bailing them out, that they would do this. The other thing that I think it's just important to add, because I think maybe people get it, like no one would lose all of their money, right? Like understand that what you're talking about is when you go under the 1-to-1, people pull out their investments, but like nobody that has, let's say, 10 million is like walking away empty-handed. They're walking away with like 7.5 or 8 million because they invested in a bad investment, right? Like,
Okay, but my question's for Doobie, and I just wanted to know, like, in the part of the insurance industry that you're helping to run, like, what would it take to set up something like that? Could it go beyond what FDIC currently does, and to what extent? And would it itself need to be backed up by some other entity in order to make sure that it's able to like have its own risks taken care of? Or is Doobie not here?
Wait,
right
were you
now?
asking that? What? Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm flabbergasted as to why you think I would know that. Right? So like, I handle primarily commercial property insurance, right, and like workers' comp and shit like this. And the deepest side is like what are they called? Coverage towers, right? Insurance coverage towers, right? I'm going to go into that. I can explain. But in terms of like bank regulations and where the insurance money is coming from for the FDIC and all this kind of shit, I don't fucking know.
He's asking you whether you think, and this might still be above your pay grade here, but like you could have a private depositor insurance, and whether like the industry, a private market could handle that on that scale. Like if we take it completely out of the government hand.
So I got the best way to ask this, Doobie. So if somebody came to you and was like, Doobie,
does Credit Suisse exist?
Okay, but we're
Yes.
going to Doobie.
Question answered.
They didn't go to Credit Suisse, so they went to Doobie. They're saying, hey, Doobie, I got $5 million in the bank, and I'm scared that this bank is like, they got great interest rates, but I'm kind of scared they might go under. Will you insure it? What's your answer, Doobie?
Yeah, the insurance industry does it already.
Perfect. There you go. So why does the government need to do it?
I think that's fine. I think we're talking
Because
about.
People do risky investments because they know that they will get bailed out.
And that's all this is.
That's why, right? Like, if all of these people, like, before they went under and collapsed and got taken over, right? And before, the FDIC was like, nobody is allowed to buy the bank because we're going to solve the problem, even though there were people that were already hawkish and ready to purchase the bank anyways, because big banks buying other big banks is evil and scary. Couldn't let the fucking market handle it, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is that like nobody's losing all their fucking money. They're losing like 10% plus legal fees and like what they need to do to get their money back. Like that's what they're losing. So if you're a company and you have all of your money in one fucking bank and you lose 10% and that destroys your company and you have to start doing layoffs, then you're the fucking you're just as faulty as the bank for not having multiple different areas where you have your income, not having liquid assets, not having enough low time preference to make sure that you have the property to maintain your business.
I want to ask y'all.
Let me I want to ask this because I want to get to the heart of the matter. So let's move away from the specific example of SVB, right? And since the business focused clientele. So in the case of retail depositors, meaning you and me, right? Most people here, retail depositors are going to have way less into show you subsidy channel.
You might need to get a little closer to the mic. You were like cutting out.
Yeah.
Am I cutting out?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys.
We can hear you now.
Yeah.
We heard it was just that one part there. You started to like blip a little bit.
Okay, yeah. So, talking about retail depositors, right? People have a way less, including me, sub to the channel. But if my bank fails, right? Like the First Bank of America, or whatever, right? If that fails, and that's like our regional bank, where the most of the community is invested in, like, do you think that the government should cover any of that, in terms of the depositor? So you don't think that?
Wait, Prime.
This
I
is
thought,
why-
I thought you said before. You said before. I think you specifically said on an individual basis, you're okay with people over 250,000 losing their investments or losing their
He
deposits.
was talking about VCs, probably not just regular that's why he's trying to switch the frame out.
Well, no, but I'm
Yeah,
thinking even for like regular everyday banks, like the depositors for those, like we're talking about people who have over 250
No.
in the bank.
Lacto, you missed part of my question. What I asked was, should the government cover it at all? Meaning, should we have FDIC, federal insurance, period, for retail deposits?
Let's take your example. Let's take your actual example, right? So let's say the community, let's say there's 100 people, their money's in the bank, right? And then their books go below the 1-to-1 ratio, right? The bank collapses, and now their assets get distributed evenly amongst everyone that invested their money, right? So you had $100 in, so that means you get $90 back and you lost $10, right? And this happens to everybody. Someone else had 10K, they got 9K back, etc. And then they're still assuming that the contract that you signed with the bank didn't have like a stipulation that like, hey, it's a fucking investment. If we lose your money, we might lose your money. Just like if you were buying stocks, right? Let's say you had some guarantee with them that like all of your money they're supposed to keep, and if they lose your money, like fuck you, you owe me my money. Then whoever owns that bank has to dip into their own assets, right? And so that person knows if they own that bank, right? Okay, if I make too many risky investments and I don't have insurance, I'm going to lose my mansion, I'm going to lose my yacht, I'm going to be penniless and destitute because I owe this money. So what I better do is I better make sure that I shore up whatever risky investments I'm doing to try and gain money so that I can run this bank with insurance. That's how that would work.
Owe money.
Have you guys ever?
Hold on. I want him to explain why he inserted that person is going to lose their yacht and those type of things. Because
they own the bank.
Yes, they own the bank, but that doesn't mean that they're going to lose their livelihood because the depositors are going to lose theirs. Like, those are two different things.
Okay,
and that's why
you can. You are so listen. No. Please don't continue. He asked about about what one should do, right? Which is how banks should exist in a system, not our current banking system, right? Our current banking system has so many other levels of regulation and ways that things work. What we were talking about is the principle of what should be done.
Yeah, but I don't think you're understanding, Scott. Listen, Scott.
Trust me. You're the one lost.
Wait. When you buy a car, do you pay to insure it?
Let me ask Scott a question. Scott, it takes, I can't remember if it's 250K or 500K, but it takes that to start a bank. And then you have people invest into that bank via being depositors. Those depositors can invest whatever amount that they want, which is what Prime's point is. When the money of those depositors is lost, I might lose my initial investment of whatever it is, but that's not going to be my total wealth. So you can lose a lot more than the owner of that bank. You set up this situation where you're presenting as if the owner of the bank is going to lose the most, when that's not true at all in any way.
What Scott's presenting is...
No, please don't tell me what I'm presenting.
You're presenting just an insurance company, but if the bank was the insurance company.
Right. He asked me what should be done. What should be done is that property is owned by a person, not fucking pseudo mixed with the fucking state and all of these other things. In a scenario where we're actually doing what we should do, a person owns a bank. And if that bank defaults and you have contracts where you owe people money, then your own assets will be taken if you owe people money.
So okay. Hold on. So I understand your ANCAP world, because I like to understand it, even though I mean
ANCAP world where people own property.
I'm trying to be charitable and you get pissed. Nigga, I'm trying to understand you. Just shut the fuck up. God. So what I'm trying to understand from you is, what you're saying is that if somebody takes out money, if somebody invests in your bank, then the owner should be personally responsible for all of those investments. Is what you're saying? That's what it sounds like
don't
you're
blame
presenting.
him.
If
I'm
you
just
have a
trying to make
contract,
sure.
if you have a contract that
It's
says
kinda
I
low and
guarantee
insufferable, even
this
if I
money,
agree with some
then
points.
that means you owe that person this money.
Not that
But
you
those
don't.
If
type
you
of
don't
contracts
pay
don't
this
exist right
person
now.
that money, then you're liable for that money, including
You
your own
agree that
assets.
that's not the contracts that exist today, and you're advocating for that, right?
Right. We have so many other layers to banking regulations and things like that. Prime asked a simple question. I gave the answer, and then you got into something that is different from
No,
the
I just
question I've
asked you
asked.
questions.
Let's
No,
let's
it's
okay. Let's
specific
so
the way he was asking.
let's move on. So we got to. I'm gonna do Doobie. I'm gonna Lactoid, and now I see if Pep, because she hasn't said anything, has something to add. So Doobie.
Have you guys ever heard of reinsurance? Like it.
I haven't. Explain.
I'm-
It's when an insurance
okay.
company buys insurance.
You're like,
Oh, yeah.
insurance companies insure each other. So, like, let's say you're an insurance company and you're insuring like 100,000 cars in an area, right, or in like a state, and there's a big ass hurricane or tornado or some shit. So then you have like hundreds or thousands, tens of thousands of claims to pay out. So what insurance companies do to protect themselves against massive losses like that is they will take out insurance on the
Looks so
liabilities they
grumpy,
have,
oh my
right?
God, why?
On the risk,
He's
right?
purring so much. I
And they
swear
just go
he's
to other
not
insurance
happy.
companies. So if I think all Scott is saying is like that why shouldn't people be expected to get a similar kind of insurance on their bank portfolio, whatever it is, right? So just as if I got into a car accident, right, I wouldn't go to the government and say, hey, government, I paid $30,000 for this fucking car loan.
Honestly, though.
Where's my money, government? Right? I probably say, oh shit, I probably should have insurance to make sure that my car loan is paid off if I get into a car accident, right? So I don't see how this is like any.
I think it is different. And Doobie, I think the end of your sentences keep getting cut off. And like we kept thinking that you're not done talking, but just be aware of that, buddy.
Not even the person, for the record, Doobie. The bank,
let's go to
like the bank should have that insurance.
Lactoid.
Yeah, so
and then,
I think banks should have.
Yeah, he's cut off.
And right now they
again.
don't have it in the same way that insurance.
Doobie, you're cutting out. You're cutting out. Apparently, like I was cutting out, you're cutting out. Definitely, we're missing pieces of what you're saying.
Yeah, and then he get mad and he talk louder because he think you're trying to
Yeah.
interrupt him when he just keeps. Cutting out. So, yeah. It's hilarious.
So Doobie, give it one more try, and then we'll go to Lactoid and then Pep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
Oh,
hear you,
yes.
buddy.
Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah. All I was saying is that banks right now are not required to have reinsurance the same way that insurance companies are, right? So I think this issue has already been solved by insurance companies. So I think they just need to do that thing, right? They need to start saying, hey, if we're going to take on all this risk, we're going to have all these people putting their money into our bank. We need to make sure that there's money there for these people if our bank goes under, if there's a bank run, right? If something happens and we can't give people, if we lose these assets, right? I think having a similar system for the banking industry.
You cut out a little bit at the end, but we caught everything else. Lactoid and then Pep.
So I don't even think that like Doobie's suggestion is one way, right? One option, but that's not even like the only option here, because what I guess Scott and Doobie proposed is, well, what if the bank offered insurance on the deposits? That's fine, right? That would be a great service that the bank could offer. Like, this money is insured up to this amount, right? And then, we charge this amount, or there's some kind of like reduced interest rate or something along these lines. That's totally fine. But you wouldn't even need the banks to do it. You could have private insurance companies insure your bank deposits, just like they insure your house, your car. They can insure jewelry. They can insure business assets. They insure your small business, your coffee shop. They insure your work vehicles. They insure precious family heirlooms.
Leg.
They insure a bunch of shit, right? And so this idea of, and by the way, they even insure cash sometimes, right? They even insure cash. Why not we just transfer this idea of, when you own an asset, you pay to insure it. We just apply this to money too. We apply it to like the money that you have in your bank account for everybody. Like, just like if you buy a $30,000 car, or if a $150,000 house, like I'm paying. Look, I didn't pay $150,000 for my house, and I'm paying insurance for it. I'm not expecting the government to pay for my insurance.
Let's go to Pep.
Yeah, honestly, this is all new to me, and this isn't in the arena of stuff that I was kind of like looking up and reading up on today, so I don't feel like I have a ton to contribute on this, but I do think that, yeah, I think making the bank responsible for having like a backup plan in case something like this happens is a really good idea, and whether that's via requiring their customers to have their own insurance, or whether it's requiring the bank to have insurance over a certain amount, like anything over what the FDIC insures, then I think those are both like, I don't understand why we don't already have that, honestly. Because it absolutely makes sense. Like, you should always have, there should never be just like, I feel like nothing should just have a fail state. There should always be like a backup plan, or even if there is like a fail state, there's like a, and this is what we do then to prevent things from getting worse. And it seems like that's what, yeah, both the insurance things sound great.
It's actually really easy to answer that question.
My problem is that like
You have to put the money in the bank.
like I've already like conceded the point that all depositors aren't the same, right?
Mhm.
So if you want to say that people who are not retail depositors, right, like people who have assets greater than 250,000, that's the hard number we're going to settle for, right?
Mhm.
That they need to have insurance over and beyond. Okay, maybe I'm willing to listen to, right?
Mhm.
If you're saying that businesses need to have a private insurance, okay, I'm willing to listen to that. But like our libertarian friends here are for getting rid of the FDIC in general,
Yeah, I
for
don't love that.
basic insurance, right? For everyone, for you and me. And I think like we have to engage with the banking system, right? Our society's built on engaging the banking system.
Mhm.
If you are unbanked, right, and there are like millions of people, right, there's a whole list
You're
of
cutting out.
You're
advantages
also
that you
cutting
have.
out again.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
that sucks. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's Discord or something. But
Well, say for people who don't own houses or cars. Right?
so hold on. I'll deal with that separately, right? But like there's a whole list of issues. Fuck. God damn it. Electra, you're distracting me. Address that too. But there's a whole list of issues that happen if you're unbanked, right?
Yeah.
If you don't have that access. So
I've been there, yeah.
like
totally
I don't
know that,
want to.
yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure you do. Yeah. And so I don't want to put additional barriers. Oh, can you not afford the banking insurance you need,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
And a
exactly.
little bit of money, right,
Yeah.
that comes out of your tiny paycheck, right? Additional money coming out for that, like no,
It'd be
no
another
thanks,
way to like
right? Like
nickel and dime people with all kinds of fees and things like that. That's why I think it has to be over the 250.
exactly, yeah. So yeah,
No,
so
I know.
I wouldn't get rid of the FDIC then, right? And I think you're saying that as well.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That'd be a
Yeah.
problem. And yeah, like fucking Black Dude, I'm a fucking socialist. So even when I talk about those houses,
We all get free houses
This
and
isn't
cars
even
too, right?
Yeah,
Fuck it.
Wait,
Listen,
let's be clear.
Free
This
jewelry and
is
family heirlooms.
This is just bad economics, right? Like,
No, it's not.
listen, first of all, nobody loses all their fucking money when the bank fails, right? They lose a percentage of their money until it's
that could be
determined that
catastrophic.
the bank is failing, right? Then they get most of their money back, right? When you're saying like, oh, well, we need the government to insure these things, or just hear me out. If the government wasn't, when the government bails out banks and when the government insures things, what it does is it allows the banks to engage in riskier behavior. Both the insurance of individuals that are banking that have less than 250,000 collectively added up, and the fact that like they know that certain banks are too big to fail, allows them to put their money in really, really risky investments for high return on investment, because they know if the whole system fucking falls, that they'll be covered and they'll be protected and they'll get to walk away. What we're talking about is instead is having a private system where you go to the bank, you sign a contract, and the contract says, I owe you all of the money that you put in this bank. If the bank fails, right, they're still liable for that money, and they end up in court and all these other things. So to stop that, the bank,
all of his clients.
So then you have
This
to
doesn't make sense. You keep saying just stupid shit, and they just let you.
I'm not saying stupid shit. It's just like you're.
How would a bank maintain one-to-one parity if Amazon walks up to them and says, "I want to create an account. I have a payroll of $100 million. How the fuck is this bank gonna ensure that, hey, I'll be able to give you your money back in case the bank fails?"
They go to Geico.
This
or
idea
State Farm.
that every bank has 1-to-1 parity with all of the investments that they receive or deposits they receive, is absolutely bananas and stupid.
It's not bananas
It's
and stupid just because
absolutely
you don't
stupid.
understand it, right?
No, I understand what you're saying. The
Listen,
idea
since you
is
don't
dumb.
understand it, listen. No, it's very fucking simple, right? I'm a bank. I have $100 billion deposited. I have a balance sheet, right? I have a certain amount that I need to keep in the bank. Setting aside the whole problem with fractional reserve banking, okay? So I need to make money. So instead, we engage in fractional reserve banking and we lend out more money than we actually have, right? Instead of charging fees for you to bank, which is how you should do banking, right? Instead, what we do is we keep. I know that's not what you're asking.
You avoid all
Just
questions.
listen.
You avoid
I'm not
questions
avoiding
because
questions.
Delilah just
Yes,
scared the shit
yes.
out
I
of
asked you a
me.
simple ass
GSU.
question, and you going off on some stupid shit that you know doesn't
Because
apply.
I have
You're
to
saying
explain it to
as
you
an
like you're a
interject.
fucking
You don't
toddler.
have to explain anything
Don't
to me.
show
I'm
up to a
smarter than
panel
you,
about
nigga.
banking when you don't know anything about banking.
Okay. So I don't know anything about banking, so you should be able to answer simple ass questions. How is a bank gonna keep 1-to-1 parity to ensure all the investments that come
I'm
through
answering
that bank?
that question.
This is idiotic.
I'm in
The
the
bank
process of
doesn't have
answering the question
$100
so that you
million
can actually
to match
understand
the $100 million of investments. You dumb fuck.
You keep calling me dumb just because you're interrupting, you're not listening, and you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. So let me fucking finish so you can understand. I'm a bank. I have $100 billion, right?
Where do you get $100 billion from?
Oh my fucking God.
Let him finish.
Just listen.
You think banks just open up with $100 billion?
I think you had
That's
your hand up,
reasonable.
right?
That's a reasonable thing that we should just allow him to say. Just
Should I go over a timeline of the entire
billion.
history of humanity? How did this person begin to sell apples? Well, it all began with apple seeds. Like, dude, let's just assume there's a fucking bank, okay?
Say stupid
It's
shit.
managing.
And Prime's gonna allow it. Go ahead.
Okay, hold on, no.
You keep saying I'm saying
Say
stupid shit, but you just
shit.
don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
He's just come out with hundreds of billions of dollars. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm
Okay,
stupid
all right.
as
So
fuck.
SVB had like
Love
over
of
$100
God.
billion in assets. So okay, we're talking about
$230 billion
SVB.
in assets.
So okay, so
No, it doesn't
go ahead.
exist.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you have people deposit from all different sources. Let's say 100 million. Doesn't fucking matter what the number is. Okay, and half of that money you take out and you invest in places, assuming that there is growth. Some of those things fail. Some of those things succeed. Okay, your normal return on investment is like 4 to 5%, and then the money that you give the people that have deposited is roughly 1%, giving you 3 to 4%, generally speaking, to where your bank grows and you keep everybody's money. Everything's good to go. Okay, but the problem is that sometimes things collapse. Sometimes the market crashes. Sometimes you have, the Fed increases interest rates, and all of us, and at the same time, you have a bunch of money already loaned out that you don't have cash on hand. Okay, so all we're saying is that when you say, how do you achieve 1-to-1 ratio? Well, unless you're not doing fractional reserve banking and you're charging people money to store your money, right? And you're not actually keeping their money, right? Unless you're doing that, what you do is you get insurance and you say, I have $100 million in assets. Okay. In the event that something bad happens, will you give me $50 million so that I can continue to pay people out in the event that things don't occur? And then the insurance company goes, cool, let's take a look at your books. Okay. That's going to cost you, $1.5 million a year to do that. And then that's what you do. The insurance company makes $1.5 million. Now, in the event that something bad happens with that one specific bank, they lose $50 million that year, but they're gaining $1.5 million from like all these other banks. And so they're still able to profit. It's just basic shit. That's how you achieve 1-to-1, is that you have insurance to cover all of the shit that you're losing. Oh, jeez.
So
Sorry, dog fart. It's like
Dog
so
fart?
Bad.
what?
Yeah, like it's just the dog randomly farted in the room.
I thought you were making a porn reference.
Oh,
All right, let's go to.
No.
Oh, God.
I'm muting myself to deal with this.
Sure. GSU, if you want to respond, fine. If not, if anyone else
I
wants to
don't
jump in.
want to
Yeah.
respond at all.
Okay.
Oh. Can I add
all right.
stuff? Yeah.
So yeah,
Wait. Oh shit! I
um,
was muted. I have some stuff to say, maybe.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think that I feel like it's two different ways of there's two different ways of addressing facets of this broadly, and I know that he's not gonna like the one that requires more regulation, but I feel like the one where it requires if the bank goes broke and people maybe he said that individual people never lose all their money. Well, if a company loses all their money and then they can't pay people who are living paycheck to paycheck, then there are people who are impacted who are losing all their money. So indirectly, it can fuck over a lot of people. It's not just like an inconsequential thing. Secondly, I think that the whole idea of like you just take them to court to get their money back, that completely excludes an entire class of people from doing that. So I think those are both kind of failure points for that.
So if an
Lawyers are
individual
expensive.
loses all of their money, then what you have is you have criminal activity from people that need to go in prison. It's really that simple. If a bank has,
That doesn't keep
the
a
bank
roof over someone's
loses
head,
the
though.
ability to cover, if the bank loses their ability to cover all of their assets, right, then they have to pay out everyone, right? If some people lose all of their money, then what you're saying is that the bank had like a tiered system where they intentionally gave money to other people as opposed to giving money to like some people, and that's like another level of criminal
I
activity.
think you're misunderstanding. I mean that if like a startup, for example, loses like, I don't know, like 80% of its funds or something like that, even if it's not however much you think, they lose enough so that they can't do payroll for everybody and a bunch of people lose their jobs. There's still far-reaching impacts. So I feel like having it be a like, oh, shit's risky, this is just kind of how it goes, rather than having regulations to prevent it from happening in the first place, kind of sucks.
Yeah, but also there's a flip side to this coin, right? Which is that instead of banks being responsible and gaining insurance, we put in regulations that allow large banks will get around, that massive corporations, if the left prefers those terms more, not saying you specifically, right? Massive corporations will get around, engage in regulatory capture, know that they're too big to fail, and know that their investments are shored up by the American taxpayer. But even worse than the American taxpayer, the Federal Reserve, of which they also happen to work at. And what ends up happening is money prints out, and instead of simply allowing those losses to be felt, right, from the people that made the riskiest investments,
But that's
and
the
instead
thing, it's
going
not
to
just
better places
from
with
them,
more growth, what you
That
end
would
up
be
with
the
is
bank.
inflation. You end up with inflation. You end up
Yeah.
with everyone pays.
But that would be the bank, right? The bank made those risky investments. Like the bank should be the one that feels it, right?
Yes,
Correct?
yeah.
Yes,
Yes, I would
as well
agree.
as the depositors that put their
Okay,
money
that's where we
into a
disagree.
fucking
Yeah.
risky investment.
Yeah.
That's
If
where
I go
we disagree.
gambling and I lose money, then how
It's-
is it like
it's
the
not-
casino's
it's not
fault?
supposed to be a gamble, right? That's not how we interact with the economy. That's not how
Yeah.
interact with the economy. Is that when I go to the bank, right? I go to my local
You just don't understand. You just don't understand, bro. Like, stop arguing because you just don't understand how
Apparently
banks work.
not.
Like, you got to understand that Overlord Fabian understands this shit. He's way smarter.
Uh-huh.
Like, you just got.
Well, also, can we stop saying?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it's supposed to be. What matters is what it is. And if you're investing in a private firm, right, that is also investing
That's why we should have
your money elsewhere,
public option,
right?
First of all,
That's
but,
kind of so everything's
Yeah, I
always
know,
going to be
he's gonna
exactly
be-
this way. We can't change anything. But also, I had a side question. Like, if all the banks are just going to do regulatory capture, whatever, they're going to write their own laws. There was something that was trying to get passed that I was reading about. It was called like fiduciary standard or something like that, and it got. It was set to be passed, then it got knocked out, and now people are trying to bring it back again. That would require any financial institution to be working for the benefit of, primarily always for the benefit of the customer. And so they would have to be open, transparent, da-da-da-da. That would kind of alleviate a lot of the, like, if banks are, like, writing their own regulations, they would at least have to be regulations that also help the customer in that case, so it would still be less impactful.
it shouldn't be for the shareholders.
Market would already
It should be
do
for the depositors.
that. That's
Let's go to Aiko.
Yeah, I keep hearing too big to fail, but I think in this is an instance where the bank is allowed to fail. The shareholders are screwed, the employees are all fired, the assets are being liquidated. This is not like, this is a fundamentally different handling than what we saw in 2008, at least. Like, the people who are making the investment, I mean, at the very least, we can say that this isn't too big to fail. They are at least, right, this is a failed bank. It's not coming back. The shareholders aren't like getting any
It's a
value for
compromise.
their investment. Yeah.
It's a compromise between the free market and too big to fail. It's a
So
middle path.
like, but
my
I need
question
to
is,
hold on. But then we're gonna go to. I gotta say this though. Like, individuals don't look at putting money in the bank as an investment, right, or a risky investment, and it shouldn't be that way, right? Or we get runs on banks, like the
But no,
individual
that's because
people.
it's federally
That's what
insured.
causes runs.
Yeah, exactly. It
understand.
should, and I'm saying it should be federally insured.
No, you don't
So the people-
understand. The idea,
No, look.
because
You
you
as an
believe in the
individual, you don't
state,
think about that.
You've lost.
No,
he's lost so much because he believes
no,
in
listen.
the state.
No,
You think
it's-
we
no,
should have
stop,
states
stop.
and countries?
DSU, you're
Yeah.
trolling. You're just being doobie now.
no,
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 you
that's
as an
not-
individual.
Scott,
If
let me
you
get it
were a
out.
millionaire,
Scott,
you
Scott,
would.
Scott,
You're not a millionaire. That's why you don't.
Scott, let me get it out. So the whole point, right? Like I am forced myself, me, Prime, to interact with the banks, right? Like Twitch doesn't send me a fucking a bag full of money, right? They send it through a bank. Right, like I have to either PayPal, which is not quite a bank, but or
You should
directly
get
the bag
them
full-
a paper check.
That bag full
Yeah,
of money
yeah.
is a treasury note.
Yeah,
Anyways.
yeah. So exactly, sure. But anyway,
You should
like
get them the right to a
I
check.
have to interact, right? Like, and especially in our increasing digitized economy, people have to interact with the banking system. And to say that, well, this is a risky investment. No, as people understand banking, it's to protect their investments. Hey, son or daughter, right? When you are like get a job, right? What do you do with that money? You put that money in a bank, right?
No.
And then you hopefully get then you invest it somewhere else, right? And that's what comes in. But the bank itself is supposed to be safe. And the problem is we just allow people to ordinary individuals to take a haircut, right? Is that you'll have cascading bankruptcies across the country. When people can't handle a $200 or $300, what was it? I think it's $400 emergency, right? Right, like it's something around those numbers, right?
Yeah,
They can't
a lot of low
have
time.
that emergency.
They don't
And so-
have $250,000 in the bank then.
Wait,
I
we're
know,
not
but
talking about
no.
FDIC amount. Y'all don't believe
I've
in that
already
either.
said that. Lactoid, I've already said that. I'm talking about small small depositors. Now you got me doing depositors, like me, right? So like I'm not talking about above 250,000 right now. So
Wait.
those individuals, if they take that haircut, then you have bankruptcies. You got people out on the
Prime.
streets. So fuck
Prime, I
that
want to respond.
shit.
I haven't
Prime,
been able to talk in
Prime,
a long time.
Prime.
Can I respond? I haven't been able to talk in a while. I've been trying to get in. So Prime,
Lactoid's been trying to get in. Lactoid's been trying to get in.
But listen,
Lactoid.
Prime,
And then
you hold on. You have to understand that you are gambling. You bought into the maniacal bankers' world, and you decided to use their digital currency. You don't understand that that's a gamble that you're making. But to participate in this economy, you're taking that gamble, and that's a road too far. What should have happened is you should have told Twitch, if you want my content, you will send me cash money in the mail. And then you could keep your money under your couch. Hopefully it doesn't get stolen. And you
I'll
don't
take
have to
that dub
participate
when
in
people
this
start
banking
trolling
system.
because they can't deal with my arguments.
Black
That's
Toy.
what you should do.
If you go to get a haircut,
I'm gonna get a Lactoid, and then I promise you, Scott, it'll be all you. It'll be a Scott hour as usual. Okay, Lactoid, please.
I'm going to address this particular situation because Aiko said it and a few other people said it where, well, it's just the shareholders going into business. It's not the depositors. And like the thing that comes to my mind is like, where is the sympathy for the shareholders, right? So if I'm like a small like retail investor in Robinhood and I put all my money into this bank, now I lose everything? And then you might say, well, but you decided to put that in there. You took the risk. Well, the FDIC only covers up to 250,000. So everybody who put in more than that 250,000 also took the risk, right? Well, no, that's different because it's a deposit, not an investment. Well, but it is kind of investment because you're giving the money to the bank and they're taking that and they're investing it right away and they're giving you an interest rate because they're taking that money and holding on to it, just like shareholders do. So my question, Prime, do you think the FDIC should insure my Robinhood investments up to $250,000?
No, I don't think they should.
Why?
Invest because
that's where I keep all of my money. I will be broke, Prime, if there's a stock run and the stock market goes down too quickly.
You don't need
I'm
to
saying
invest
that
in Robinhood to function in society. You're making a choice.
I do.
To bank.
I use that for my bank. They have banking cards that you can
You
use.
have
You
other
can
options,
literally
though.
deposit right out of your spending. Oh, you have other options, but there's also other options than a venture capital bank There's other options, but I'm using this one.
Sure. Again, I'll give you like I said, the venture capital bank. I'm willing to talk about that in terms of like requiring people to have private insurance. So I've already given you that. So that's why I moved to the retail space. That's why I want to like test you.
Right.
Principles here, right? But you also don't think that the FDIC should exist for retail, depositors.
Right. Okay, but I'm a retail stock. You know, I have my own stocks. I'm a retail investor. Why can't those be protected in the same way if I'm a retail investor in a bank putting it into?
I think it's we have a difference of in thinking an ideology as to what the banking should be, right? Banking should be the safest investment, the absolute safest investment that an individual could engage in, right? And I think that not only should be a safe investment, like because of its central role within like daily life, that those people should be protected, because what happens when they're not protected is that ordinary people end up on the streets. Right? We had the 2000.
Same with the stock market.
That's what happens when that. Well, sure. You don't have to engage with the stock market in the same way. You know that's not. And like I said, this is a difference in ideology here, because I think banking should be that safe investment. I think we should have public banking available. I think that should compete with private banks within the market. That we have the absolute safest investment where your money isn't being gambled whatsoever, right? That we want our citizens to put their money there, right? To get a little bit of interest rates, right? To be able to get like low interest loans and then invest that and grow the economy that way. That's what that banking should be. The stock market is not the same. It does not have the same purpose. Okay. Right? So I said,
to emphasize that point, can I just point out that I looked it up. Robinhood has its own risk disclosure statement saying all investments involve risk, including the loss of principal. Past performance of security, cryptocurrency, or financial product does not guarantee future results or returns. Keep in mind that while diversification might help spread risk, it does not assure a profit or protect against loss. Now, that's not the kind of risk disclosure that you will see when you open a checking account at a bank. What you'll see there instead is your deposits are protected by FDIC.
Okay, hold on, wait.
Those are two very different.
No, Aiko.
But he wants that to be the case.
No, so I want it to be the case, but right now,
so silly.
no. But Aiko, here's where you're wrong though. After $250,000. Everything that you just described about Robinhood applies equally to all the money you put.
I agree. But if you were to deposit more than $250,000, then you would get a different disclosure from the bank, like a different set of like the bank's not going to tell you that your deposits over $250,000 are insured by FDIC. Like it's not going to give you that same kind of assurance.
Okay, guys. Seriously, we're talking about what should banking be, right? But let's set that aside from what I think banking should be, and talk about this idea of like the individual that invests. You said, well, see the FDIC, and we keep talking about this, and they say, but you're against the FDIC, and see that's the problem. It's so silly. You as an individual that's not a millionaire, you don't think about any of these things because the FDIC exists, right? The fact of the matter is that because it exists, you don't think about it. If you're a millionaire, you still don't think about it if you only have $1 or $2 million, because most of your money is in assets. The only people that actually think about this are people that own businesses, which obviously they should be thinking about where they put their money. That's part of owning a fucking business. Or people that are billionaires. Then they put, right? Like you don't put $10 million in a fucking bank account. If you have a couple $1 million, you put it in like 3 or 4 different banks that are all federally insured anyway. So even the millionaires aren't dealing with it. We're talking about a very small cohort of people or people that own businesses. Now, yes, I understand the idea of like, well, what should banking be? I love that you kept saying, well, people are going to have to take a haircut. People are going to have to take a haircut. Well, when I go get a haircut, I should get a haircut. That is basically what it is that I want. because it's a service being provided to me. There's an expectation based off of the trust in our relationship that if I give you money, you're going to give me a product or a service in return. The same is true with banking. You go somewhere and say, I have all this cash. I don't want to get robbed by robbers, right? I want to be able to use this new digital age. I want to be able to buy things online. I want to be able to do stuff with it. So you're providing a service to me, just like a hairdresser that's giving you a haircut. They're providing a service to you, and you have some form of contract with them. You give them your money. Now that bank has to make a profit in order to take your money. There's only two ways to do this. Either one, they charge you money to store your money. That's number one. That's not fractional reserve banking. That's okay. You want to put $1 million in here? It's going to cost us $10,000 for 1 year to put it in there. If you after the year, it'll only cost you $100 to pull the money out. But if you pull out a certain amount of money, then it's going to charge you a certain amount of money in order to pull your money out, because we're holding and protecting your money and allowing you to use our service to pay for things online. So you owe us money. Or we can have fractional reserve banking, where they keep a certain percentage of the money and then they loan out the rest of the money, or they buy in investments.
Oh yeah, like they were talking about. Yeah,
I cannot, like, the idea that, like, but see,
this one payment process.
We're not talking about individuals that have $10,000 that put $10,000 in the bank, and you're saying, but because you want to get rid of that, right? That makes then what do these people do? That's an entirely different world. If that money wasn't insured, people would behave very differently, and they would go to banks that are highly trusted, that have never had problems, and those would be the banks that people use, and people that want to make more return would put it in a slightly riskier bank.
I hate that. Yeah, they would behave differently. We'd have a lot more bank runs. Like we used to before the FDIC. The whole
pause. You don't know anything about bank runs. The reason that we used to have a lot of bank runs is not about.
You can't have knowledge if you disagree, Brian.
It's about the fact that up until the early 1900s, and even during the early 1900s, the overwhelming majority of our economy was agriculture. And agriculture has sowing seasons and has harvesting seasons. And so what would end up happening is people would engage in too many long-term investments. And then when the harvesting season came in, people would need to pull money out of the banks in order to hire labor, in order to do things, in order to do a specific amount of work in a specific amount of time. But we didn't used to engage. That's why we had this silent crash of 1921, where the government didn't get involved at all, and it fixed itself in 14 months. The problem is the fucking government involvement in the market in the first place, and that's why FDR ruined the fucking economy and elongated the Great Depression.
Okay, that's stuff that they're fixing. Sorry, I can't go down another tangent. Like, what they're fixing we're a few tangents deep. It's just like like, yes, people would engage differently if they didn't have a bank stop. Like, and by people, I mean regular people, regular depositors would engage differently. I think, again, this is a different idea. Like, the whole point is that we want this to be like 100% safe investment, because from there we get.
No, I agree. When I go to a haircut, I don't want them to fuck up my hair.
Okay, so
100% of the time, I don't want them to fuck up my hair.
Okay, yeah, sure. So, because we get advantages within our economy when we do have that, right? When people say they can rely, because money is the bank, right? Build an economy, which we have, around that banking system, in which people can make actual risky investments, right? Like starting a business, or like buying a house, right? That they don't have all the money. Do all that stuff because we have that banking system at the center. Now, if private banks can't do the job, and it seems like they can't, well then let's have more public banking options. Great. So let's.
Why would you nationalize the banks? Like,
I didn't say national, but I didn't say. Did I say nationalize the banks? I didn't say nationalize the banks. I love to nationalize the banks, so I'm not talking about nationalizing.
They're already nationalized.
Whatever. I'm talking about having a public option, right? Like a postal service banking or something like that, right? Like So let's have like places that are absolutely safe, that don't need to invest your money. That don't need to make a profit, that can hold that money and provide some sort of interest rate for the public or something like that, or however that works. We could have that through a public option. Let's do that. whatever. But we need to have the central cornerstone of our economy, the banking system, right? And it needs to be safe. However we do that, however that's done, it needs to be safe. And to build up from there, or instead you'll have catastrophic effects throughout the whole system.
Would
Prime,
you
would you
give
expect this money
What if it
to
didn't
grow
pay
with
interest?
inflation? Would you
Sorry.
expect this money to grow with inflation, Prime?
Would I expect that?
And whatever this public bank is? Because if it's gonna have to move with the overall economy that is using investments, it's unlikely that you're gonna be able to keep up not using investments, right?
Well, yeah, current private banks can't match the inflation rate.
I'm just pointing out that, like, to create a vehicle that could pay out, that could store your money and not invest it, and also pay to keep up with inflation, becomes, I think, mathematically impossible at some point.
It's mathematically impossible unless you invest in the stock market to beat inflation.
Or you could just charge the taxpayer for this public bank, and we could just cripple our economy.
But we had public banking before and it cripple our economy. Like, and other countries have public banking and it doesn't cripple their economy. So, like, I don't buy
They don't pay 4% interest
at all,
though.
right? Like,
They don't pay the interest to keep up. They don't pay the interest to keep up with inflation though. They can't.
Sorry, say it again, please. Go ahead. I didn't hear you.
You can't. I mean, the reason the banks don't pay enough interest to cover inflation because it's just not financially feasible. Like the only way to be right. So this public bank could also, I'm guessing, couldn't really pay interest rates that would be able to beat inflation either, right?
Well, of course
they should just print more money.
Well, hold on. How could the public bank give the interest enough, like, to beat inflation? How could they do that?
So, like, I'm sorry. What are you laughing at? Like, you got something to say?
The public bank option is so funny because it's like, look, if you're not investing this money anywhere, right? Then you can't actually give anybody any additional funds for keeping money in your bank, right? If you were to do that, then you would have to charge the taxpayers to fund people with large amounts of money getting more money. Right, like it would be a reverse wealth redistribution, right? Or you would have a bank where your banking is 100% safe, but if you put money in it, you will get zero money. You will get zero growth in your money. So everyone would just use private banks anyways, because the FDIC and the Fed have already proven that if you put your money in private banks, you're going to get to keep your money because it's not actually an investment. They're just going to insure it. They'll cause inflation anyways.
Well, Scott, the one thing you're missing though is Prime is saying there's a lot of benefits that come with banking that is not interest. So being able to get your paychecks, being able to make payments online,
Yeah, but you can do all that with private banks now.
Well, you can, but what Prime is saying, let's imagine we had a public bank that didn't pay any interest, but it also was 100% safe because it's public and it provided those services, right? You could do that.
Yeah, and if you stopped bailing out private banks and you had a public option, what would occur is that without a doubt, private banks would just have credit default swaps and they would be profitable, and public banks wouldn't make any money, and no one would be stupid enough to put their money in a public bank, and then the public banks would go away, and then we'd return to this fucking cycle with solving no problems.
I have a question. This may be a stupid question. Like I said, this is all kind of out of my realm of expertise, but how would a public bank differ from a credit union, and how are credit unions functional but a public bank wouldn't be?
So a credit union is essentially like a bank, but instead of and this is basically the word escaping me, but essentially the shareholders are the people who invest in the bank. So it's basically restricting the group of people who could be the shareholders to just people who put money in the bank. It's like a workers cooperative sort of, but for a bank. So they can still be profitable because they still charge interest, and they still charge interest on loans, and they still invest the money. But just the ownership structure is a little bit different, right? If you want to,
they're just not selling shares.
Yeah, they're not selling shares to anybody who doesn't invest in the bank.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
And also, to be clear, like banks can be a hedge against inflation. I mean, I think I know I'm the only person old enough on this panel to remember the last time we had an inflation problem, which was in the early '80s, late '70s, early '80s, and I remember certificates of deposit, 5-year CDs with going at about 11-12% interest rate that you could lock in, and people were, that was the only time I've ever seen it. It's a very strange period in history because now, up until like right now, you'd get like 1% on a CD if you were to try to do it. But there are times when, like now and like then, when there are some sort of banking hedges against inflation. It doesn't have to just be the stock market. And of course, it's less risky because it's a guaranteed rate.
I mean, to be fair, fractional reserve banking causes inflation.
Yeah, I'm just saying you can use bank, like if you were to have a public bank, I can imagine them paying interest rates that go up or down with inflation.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, like, unless you pay to put your money in the bank, right, and that's how they make their funds, banks will cause inflation. It's impossible for them not to if they're loaning it out.
And it's
well,
good.
That's okay. So that segues into another question I wanted to make, because nobody's really been talking about this, because everyone's been talking about. I'm talking about out in the media, talking about the loss of, or the watering down of Dodd-Frank in 2018. But back in 2008, everyone was talking about the repeal of Glass-Steagall, right? And the fact that this was a commercial bank that was making investments. That would have been expressly illegal before 1998. So what do we think about that? Like, should commercial banks be doing these kinds of investments, or should that firewall be, reintroduced?
I thought Scott was like addressing some, like I didn't bring that up because I thought
I wasn't talking about Glass-Steagall.
And I know you weren't specifically talking about Glass-Steagall, but just that, like, you were talking about there were two options there for the bank to make. Maybe I misunderstood. That's fine.
No. I'm talking about the difference between fractional reserve banking and traditional banking. Right? Traditional banking that we had, before we came up with the brilliant idea of intentionally causing inflation and increasing the money supply and having a house of cards based off of fiat currency.
Right,
What do
but
you
you
mean
also
by
said there were
before we
two
wanted
ways
to
for a bank to
expand
make money, and one of
economy?
them was to make these investments. And before Glass-Steagall, they couldn't make those kind of investments.
So,
Yeah, but they were still making investments by making loans, like mortgages and things like that.
Right.
Right. I wasn't making a distinction between investing in the stock market and investing in mortgages, for example. Right. Like I was just saying that you either make investment or you charge money to store your money.
So, with public banks, right? Like the difference is, where the investments that they make, right? So the investments have to go to the community that they serve, right? And whatever the size of that community is, right? So whether it's the local community, the state, right, or otherwise, right? So we want banks that the purpose of their investments is to grow that local economy, wherever that local economy happens to be. That's a completely different sort of investment than how like large banks operate, right? Like,
Yeah.
Okay, great.
That'd be
So,
nice.
Right,
we
but it's
agree
no
on that.
difference in terms of
That
fractional
first
reserve
way.
banking and the fact that it causes.
Okay, so you're.
Well, what I'm talking about is like, so like,
Yeah.
if you have a bank, right, that loans out money, right, and
Yeah.
like I put $1,000 into the bank, and then they only
It
keep
creates
10%,
more
right? It creates more money because they take $900 and they loan it
Yeah,
to
yeah.
someone else, and then they make a purchase, and then that person puts like 810 in. It increases money supply, which increases inflation, which devalues the dollar, which mostly hurts the poor, and helps the uber wealthy.
Sure. It's another conversation, but like,
Well, the wealthy don't hold on to money; they hold on to assets. That's the thing. because they own
Sure.
property. So and then they also take loans
I love
that
how
are
the
that
butt is, like, the
and the
most
loan is
random
different than the
thing on this.
interest rate. So they don't even
So
use their own
fucking
money really
predictable.
using
So
bank
Jesus
accounts.
Christ.
I know, but this is. I'm sorry. This is not like this is less towards you, more towards Lactoid and GSU, right? Talking about like how you make money there, like the investments go into the local economy, right? The point of these private banks is to make money for their share. That's their number one concern. And it's to make a profit beyond like the operating of
My
the bank,
priorities are
right?
always showing.
Correct? Right. So we lose as individuals who are. If you take away that incentive, right, that profit incentive or that profit margin, and then invest it within the community, that's where you have like your ability to make up the difference here, right? So you're getting rid of that, and then it changes the type of investments you are doing. Am I going to invest some sort of faraway like diamond conglomerate and real estate, or I'm going to invest into property in my and then
Yeah, I mean, you keep cutting out.
oh, I'm
Yeah.
I'm real
It's
sorry,
cutting
guys.
out.
I don't know
I
why
don't.
that's
I think
happening.
it's like a Discord setting might have
It
like
might be a
reset from
Discord.
an update.
Yeah, it might be something like that. I don't know why that's happening. But did you catch most of what I said?
No, I get what you're saying. The problem with that is that like what you're talking about is smart money versus dumb money, right? And so when you want to specifically invest in the local community, you can make smart decisions within the local community, but the amount of smart decisions that you can make is limited because you're only investing in the local community. And so what you're doing is you're actually holding yourself back from making more profit. And you make, well, I don't care about making more profit because I want the local community to be the one doing better, not some rich fat cat somewhere else. But the problem is that like when you incentivize the smart money, right, to go to the best place possible, that actually helps out. That helps out everybody. Now, if you prefer a bank, right, and you have a certain value, right, I as an individual value my local community and I want my bank to value it, then I might take like a 0.1% less growth on the money that I keep in the bank because I know that it's affecting my local community, and that means I'm going to live in a better place with better things. And that's just a difference of value, right? And so you can allow that to compete in the open market, but like in terms of like a public bank, right? The problem is that it's not really functioning as like the way that you're saying, right? What it's really doing is that the state is setting up like a bureaucracy of like the ways that people can invest and get loans from said bank under the assumption that it would be that they would gain some profit from that, right? And then so the bank is still invested in making investments and hoping for a return on investment, and they can still fail just the same way another bank is. The only difference is that the state is the one that is making those decisions as opposed to the private entity. And if that's competing in a market, like it's usually going to lose in terms of the market. But if you want that, that's fine. I mean, other than the fact that the government's doing it.
Yeah, on some other panels, and it's funny when he's trolling somebody
Okay,
who's being like
I'll have to address that in a
idiot
second.
or an
But
asshole.
Lactoid.
But
I
it's
think he's
less
right. I'll be right
funny
back.
when he's
Sure.
just being a troll.
Oh, and
just
guys,
a
we
troll.
were like way into bonus time, right? Like, Pep, like we end at 11:30, like, but like sometimes we just keep talking, so we're like in that moment. So if you have to leave, like no worries. Like, I don't want you have to stay here.
Got it.
I might have to leave
Okay.
soon, for sure.
Okay, all right,
Thanks
yeah,
for
but
having
just
me on.
like shout out to
This
Pep.
was good stuff. Yeah.
Okay, sure, yeah. This is your first time here, so I don't want you to think that like expect to say after 11:30 you can just like fuck off, right? So it's okay.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was good times.
Sure.
I'll hopefully see you guys around.
Yeah, Pep, you were fantastic. We'd love to have you in the future, and hopefully we can give you a topic that you feel better prepared for.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. See
Have a good
ya.
one. So you can go Lacto and then Jim.
Oh my god. It's just so nice to not hear voices also. Oh my god. Wow. I don't, maybe I don't like debating. I think I just don't have stamina to sit here and do. I like debating a lot, But not when it's shit where maybe I just don't like debating with certain people, which is a problem because I can't control necessarily who I'll end up arguing with. Because I feel like a lot of people have a lot of wrong opinions and are being loud about them on the internet. And I feel like I can also be loud about opinions on the internet, but I have better ones sometimes. Not always, but I know my opinions are better than some opinions I've heard people being very, very loud about. And no one goes into a debate willing to change their minds. Everyone is trying to win. Yeah, I don't think I go into debates expecting anybody to change their mind. It's more about the people who would hear it and people who may not have had, they may only have heard the topic explained from one perspective, and maybe that's the wrong perspective. And so bringing it to a place where people may be introduced to a new perspective that would be helpful is usually my goal. Like on Reddit, I am never arguing in the comments because I think I'm going to change anyone I'm arguing with's mind. I'm purely changing so that when somebody comes by and like happens to read the thread later, there's somebody pushing it back against bullshit. That's usually my reason for doing any kind of arguing. At best, what I'm trying to do, what I think could happen with the person I'm like arguing with, is maybe making them like realize they're wrong by like getting them in an insolvable logic spot that they can't solve with the logic that they were using for their side of things. What they were operating off of. And because this is what happened to me when I was like 13. I thought I was a big, tough, good at politics person, and there was like a little politics sub-forum in the guild I was in on an anime avatar site. And I was like, yeah, I've been listening to Fox News and Rush Limbaugh, like, I can't believe this is what these guys think about this topic. I'm gonna show them like what's really going on. And then I said a bunch of shit, and then I got my ass handed to me. And then they were like, do you have like any sources at all? And I was like, yeah, sure. Like, and they were like, besides fucking Fox News? And I was like, let me go get some. And then when I like tried to get some, I was like, oh shit, I'm wrong about so much shit. So just that feeling of like being wrong and not being able to like the logical foundation you had not being able to get you out of that, I feel like that can be a productive thing. You like being funny on Reddit? It reinforced my terrible jokes. Yeah. You see debates with the same eye as you look at surveys. The bias is usually people who are willing to survey, and that's not the gen pop. Similarly, people who attend debates either listen or participate are there to root for their team or see the other team lose. Yeah, but the thing is, I don't mind that actually, because sometimes people who are expecting the other team to lose, and then they see the other team destroy their team, sometimes that can sway things. Similar thing happened to me on the face jury back when I lived in your little conservative town. Nice. Amazing what happens when you get out of your bubble. FTJ was the first step into other people matter. Yeah. I don't know what face the jury is. Why did I say the face jury? Jesus Christ. I'm too dyslexic for this shit. Also, oh my god. I forgot to tell you guys. So because it was like in a little browser program that they were doing the thing, so how my camera is set up on my desk is that it's upside down so that I can use the arm and go around. It's the best way to do it so that eventually I can put it over my desk if I do watercolors and then have it that way when I'm not. So I could either stream my art to them or I could send them an upside down camera of just me. And so that's why I was like, okay, I guess I'm just gonna do my fucking art and Discord. If I just sent, yeah, that was all I could do. And I opened Streamlabs and I tried to run Streamlabs and OBS at the same time and just use Streamlabs as a virtual camera, but it wasn't connecting to that. And then NVIDIA Broadcast, it doesn't have a rotate function. So, well, the upside down would have been so good. It would have been a bit, yeah. It would have been a funny bit. It would have been a funny bit. Also, what do you guys think of this so far? What do you guys think this, like, what is your interpretation? Is it, yeah, no. I mean, I have my phone cams, but not as good as this cam. This was, like, my, like, I'm gonna, like, take photos of art and, like, do photo shoots, do all sorts of stuff with this camera, so it is a nice camera, and I can't just buy another one of those. Maybe if streaming really takes off, then I'll invest in that. We'll see. But also that sounds stressful in some way. We'll see. I do eventually want to. I have a hot shoe on it. You like it so far? You're imagining some sort of wind dance? Yeah, I was debating whether this person is actually underwater, or whether it's just like kind of like sunset colored time. I don't know why. You see water dance, but maybe because palette? Yeah, I hadn't decided whether the person was underwater or not. But I think it might be looking more and more like that just because of how I'm choosing to render the light. But yeah, basically I was thinking of a person like in motion with like swooshy fabrics. So, and I think that as static as most of my paintings are, this one's not bad, right? Like this one's like a little bit, this one's got some motion to it because sunset colors are awesome. Yeah, I agree. Oh yeah, but what I was gonna say was I have like, ow, oh, the second time I did that. I have a hot shoe on it so that I can take the camera off and then I can bring it downstairs. Yeah, I love butts. Anytime I get to draw a butt, I'm happy. This is definitely one of those both boobs and ass could potentially be visible angles that people get so mad about when comics do them. But sometimes these are just really nice poses. So, I'm gonna be insufferable about it. Go watch a ballet. I don't know. People are bendy. Some of the poses that people make are dumb, but this is not one of them. This is okay. This is an underwater bendy pose. You want to see a ballet? Yeah. Maybe this is an underwater nudist ballet. We'll see. It's on your bucket list. Nice. Yeah, hell yeah. They're fun. Very beautiful to watch. I love elegance and fluidity and motion. It's nice. I did ballet for a long time. Alrighty. Okay, that absolutely burnt me out. Sitting and being bored is like the antithesis of what my brain needs to function ADD wise. So and I also did all that after doing all the shit that I planned on doing today, save for like one task. And reading up and basically doing a whole bunch of homework that I didn't even get to fucking use, and now I'm just depressed about the state of American economics because I have all this knowledge in my head. The fuck? Man. What a ridiculous day. You guys want to hear me rant about that? Because I want this knowledge to be useful in some way. A bunch of the videos, too bad, I realized I asked you and I'm just going to launch into it. So you guys are here for the ride. So I watched, listened to a whole bunch of videos today. And a bunch of them were from investor stock kind of people. And then some were from 2017 or whatever, when Trump first got rid of some of the regulations and stuff like that. But the ones with there was a dude that seems like he has a good head on his shoulders, and explained things in a really good way that I was able to like search more for stuff based on what he said in that video. But anyways, one of the things he was saying was like, yeah, this bailing out these banks isn't going to fix things. Inflation is still here. And raising the interest rates more is just going to slow down the economy more and more as less people are able to afford the interest rate for buying like a car or a house or like anything. So he thinks we're headed for a recession, and that we have to, because the only way to avoid hyperinflation or a complete currency collapse is to get the inflation in check, basically. And he was saying that the only way to do that is by raising interest rates. And I was like, damn. He's like, yeah, it's better. Like, you know, a recession sucks. It's going to hurt a lot of people, but it's better than a complete currency collapse. And I agree with that. It's better than a complete currency collapse. But I think that we should fucking tax some of the fucking money that exists here, because we all know where it's fucking going. Ugh. So it's like, how do you expect people to spend money in this economy if there's only one segment of people that have fucking money? It's so dumb. And so this is the kind of shit where it makes me happier to know that I'm autistic now, because this kind of shit bothers me so much, because it seems so stupid and so obvious, and it doesn't make any sense, and I just don't understand why anybody would operate this way. It just breaks my brain and makes me so frustrated that, like, I just can't fathom why you would want it to operate this way. It bothers my brain a fucking lot. Because I feel like everybody should be forced to play a video game. I feel like everybody should be forced to play video games where you have to manage your own economy, or to like play a single tower defense game. That would convey the principles that I want to convey. I don't know. It just seems like it makes me feel insane that this is like how society works. Like, I don't get it. I don't get how it's this way. I mean, I do get how it's this way. Relentless, reckless capitalism, and letting people, the rich have like an oligarchical control over our society. But like, why don't... Never mind, I was gonna say some TOS stuff. Just kidding. I just am shocked that people don't fear consequences. And yeah, you want people to be educated. What are you, a socialist? Yeah. Yep. I don't actually know what my political affiliation is at this point. I haven't found one that perfectly fits everything I feel. I feel like every time I find one I think is like, yeah, this sounds good. Everyone's like, well, this has this problems and this problems and this problems. And how do you think you're going to fix those? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't have time to look this shit up right now. So I need to delve into things more. I think probably like, I don't know what the difference between a soc dem and a democratic socialist is. But the last time I was reading stuff, that was one of the things that I looked up. And I was like, that seems about right. Non-label, no one subscribes to a whole ideology. I feel better about that, yeah. I feel like there's bits and pieces of each thing that I feel are good. Maybe not of each thing. Maybe not anarcho-capitalism. Yeah. You're pretty far left on a lot of things. Yeah. I feel like I was like the super leftist black sheep in my family, and now I'm even more so. But as far as San Francisco goes, I'm not the most leftist person I know. Definitely not the most left person I know. But I'm pretty far over there. Pretty far over. One is fundamentally a capitalist, I forget which one. It's the one Bernie says he is. He meant the other one. Yeah, I don't know. You don't agree with Democrats on a lot of things, but they're a hell of a lot better than conservatives. Yeah. It is greatly feeling like being forced to pick the lesser of two evils, though. Who was I talking to the other day about lesser of two evils? Oh, I was talking to people on Reddit. SocDem is a capitalist? Okay, then I'm a democratic socialist. There were a bunch of people on Reddit who were... I can't remember what got brought up. Oh, there was a guy in a thread who was talking about opioids and how he took them for something. It was in... I think it was probably in the nursing subreddit or something like that. And no, it couldn't have been in the nursing subreddit. Maybe it hit all or something like that. For whatever reason, this guy was describing that he took opioid pain medication after he had surgery on his calves or something like that. I don't know, shins. And he was like, yeah, I was like euphoric. It was amazing. It was the best thing I'd ever taken. I understand why this drug's so dangerous. We should definitely regulate it. And I was like, hey. So, just so you know, like, there are 3 different, like, gene, I can't remember the name for the things. There's 3 different genes that determine how you, 3 different variations of the gene that determines how you respond to opioid, to the main gene that determines how you respond to opioid medication. And 1, you have a normal response. You get normal pain-killing effects. God, I'm so sleepy. I feel like I'm like kind of slurring a little bit. 1, you get normal pain-killing response. You don't experience euphoria. It's just, that's like the normal one. Then there's another group of people who experience like increased pain-killing effects and like get energized and feel euphoric, and it's like hella amazing. And then there's another segment of the population that has less pain-killing effects from it and also a bunch of shitty side effects from it. So it feels like absolute garbage. And whenever I have nerve pain, that's the kind of like, which is worse? Do I think that this is going to last another day, in which case I should take a Vicodin now because I'll temporarily feel like shit, but it's better than being in pain for like multiple days at a time. Like if I can keep it to 1 day, then it's worth taking a Vicodin. But it's always picking the lesser of 2 evils. It's just such a shitty feeling, and that's how politics feels all the fucking time. Yeah. Yeah, I do think that ranked choice voting is super important. I think that would be huge. I think that would, because right now all we can do is vote for the lesser of 2 evils, because that's the only way to even have any chance of keeping the like evil out of the office. But if we had ranked choice voting, then it would open up a whole fucking world of options, a whole fucking world of different political parties. But I think that's why we don't have ranked choice voting, because the 2 entrenched, the most entrenched ones are don't want to lose their position. I hate fucking politics and the economy in the country. It's garbage. Why can't everything just be sunsets and butts? You know? It would be so nice if things were just that way. Anyways, this was a shorter stream than normal because I started at 5. You argue with your little brother, with your brother about lesser of 2 evils all the time. We gotta play Eco sometime. Why? Is that going to be all about politics and the economy? Will I cry? Will I be so upset? I really want to get Sons of the Forest and play Sons of the Forest. I really want to play Minecraft with purple again, so I can show off the beautiful building I built. I am so fucking tired. That was so boring. I mean, some of it was interesting. Honestly, what's annoying is the part that was more engaging was when we were talking about gender politics. When we got money for COVID, he was like, at least we got something. And I always say, something isn't what we should aspire to. Yes, correct, definitely. But yeah, compared to the first time I was on that show, when I just popped in as like one of the, they do an after show thing where they open it up to anybody can pop in the Discord and they'll drag you in the channel and you can rant about stuff. And that was when I talked about that's when I ended up spending like an hour talking about assisted suicide and arguing with people about that. I wonder if I argued with that same fucking dude. I bet I did. I recognize his voice. Probably. I'll have to check that. I have it on a video on YouTube. But that debate was so much more interesting and so much better because I feel like I was actually like actively engaged in it the whole time. It's like Minecraft, but more focused on the government, economy, and ecosystems. Oh, great. Actually, it sounds cool. But also, oh, great. It sounds complicated. Which my brain isn't into right now. But generally is absolutely into, so you're right, we should play that. If I knew he was on, I'd just say I can't make it. Man, I swear if there's like another gender politics one and Doobie comes on again, I'm out. That dude is such a fucking troll. It was funny that he got hella mad when I was like not gonna address his thing though. That was funny. And also when he was like, what are you, like 15? So that was really funny too. And then he tried to like pull a win out of that fight when I was like, I'm 35, and he was like, oh, not surprising. And I was like, you just said you thought I was 15. Jesus Christ. That was really funny. But yeah, not worth the annoyance, I don't think. It's such a good game, completely sandbox, so you make all the systems from the ground up. Oh my god, that sounds so complicated. Jesus Christ. I like complicated things sometimes. You want to believe most queer folks could stomp any gender debate. Yeah. Well, I think, yeah, you missed, there was, like, they briefly touched on trans topics at the end, but it's more about, like, gender politics between, like, red pill and feminist ideologies. And I wish that I believed that most queer folks could stop people in the debate, but I feel like that's actually a problem I have with certain things. This goes into another topic that I feel strongly about. It's pretty clear that just, like, shunning people out of the spaces that we frequent just leads to them creating their own insular, horrible communities for the most part. And I feel like people are correct, and studies show that engaging with people and, like, meeting them and trying to find common ground, and that's the only way to de-radicalize people. However, I don't think that most people are equipped to have the kind of conversations that need to be had if there are a lot of people, radicalized people in a space, because radicalized people are all about the arguments and shutting the other person down and gotcha moments, whereas other, like, people who actually just give a fuck and aren't radicalized they're more focused on, like, the actual reality of things and logic, and not trying to find weird logical loopholes to defeat the weird logical loopholes that the radicalized people have found. And so unless you're kind of, like, I feel like unless you're familiar with a lot of the common arguments that they use, then a lot of times red pill dudes end up making feminist people look like shit, which reinforces the red pill ideology rather than making people more inclined to go towards feminism. So I think that I don't know what the good balance is for having a space to engage with those people so they don't become an insular community, but also making sure that they're arguing with the right people. You know, a lot of folks who have, like, extreme right-wing fam, and I always try to tell them not to let them be ostracized or pushed away, because fam and close friends are the only people that have a chance to bring an argument that they will listen to. Yeah, my whole family is right-wing conservatives. I didn't talk to my mom for, like, a year after Trump got elected because I couldn't believe she voted for him. She's come around a little bit, but my aunt and uncle are still, I'm pretty sure, diehard Trump supporters. My mom is also a political idiot still in her own way. She posts some of the dumbest shit on Facebook, and I have to hold my tongue. Oh, it's so bad. I just don't go on Facebook. That's how I deal with that. 'Cause yeah, it's sad. It's just about, I think it's about feeling like part of the group kind of thing for the most part, because the whole family is right-wing conservative, so of course she needs to be that way. She can't be the odd one out in that regard. But yeah, it is hard to logic people out of a place that they didn't logic themselves into. I love that phrase so much. Anyways, done with ranting about politics. I'm tired. I'm gonna eat this last tiny bite of quesadilla and then go lay down, I think. But yeah, thanks for y'all sticking it out through this weird ass debate that I went on and just sat through for most of, just listening to weird dudes rant. Hopefully next time will be better. I was honestly just hyped. I was like, yes, I'm free this evening. I don't know shit about this topic. Let's go. I'll learn about it. I can do it. I think I'll be more discerning next time in terms of what topics I decide to join that panel for. We'll see. And they only caught an hour. You're tired. Yeah, it was just so boring. Anyways, it's definitely a lot more fun when I know more about the subject and can interact more. Can't believe that you sat around for 4. Did I? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Yeah, I sure did. It feels more like 8 hours. Feels like a long time. No, that's a lie. It does feel like more than 4 though, weirdly. Anyways, I'll see you guys on Thursday. Maybe Mama Pep will be in town then, pending the atmospheric dick chilling the fuck out. We'll see. I will hopefully see y'all then. Where is my OBS window? Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna put it on the goodnight screen. Bye! Maybe! I hope she comes on stream. We'll see. We'll figure it out. Okay. Good night.